Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we have a quorum present, and if I could have your attention, I would like to welcome everyone to this special meeting of the Executive Committee to consider a report from the City Manager on Transit Network Plan Update and Financial Strategy. And I think you know the genesis of how we came to be here. These negotiations have been ongoing, and I want to in advance thank the staff, the public service staff who've been involved in months of discussions with their counterparts at the province of Ontario for all of their efforts, and they went right up to this weekend and then resulted in both the term sheet and on the paper that you have in front of you today. I would remind people they can watch us on YouTube at Toronto City Council Live, or follow the meeting on your computer, your tablet, or your smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council. First, before we get into the meat of the single item agenda, I will ask if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and if so, please indicate, well, there's no item number here, it's item number 1, and the nature of the interest. Are there any declarations of interest from any members of the committee? Okay. So what we'll do, with your concurrence, colleagues, is we will have first a presentation from the City Manager and the Deputy City Manager and the Chief Financial Officer. We will then follow that with deputations, and we will then come back and have what will be, in effect, a combination of questions of staff and questions of the presenters, because they're the same people. And we'll have questions, of course, of the deputants, if there are any, as they go. So is that fairly clear and agreeable to you? Okay. Well, on that note, then, we would welcome our City Manager and his colleagues to make a presentation.
Thank you so much, and I'll go through the presentation as quickly as we can, keeping in mind that it is a complex and important matter. I'd like to start off with an explicit thanks to the staff who have worked very, very hard on this over a considerable period of time. I'd like to thank Peter Natero, Karen Thornburn, and Joe Farag in particular. I know they stayed up literally all night, and I know they worked just a phenomenal number of hours, oftentimes under some fairly challenging circumstances, to bring this forward in accordance with Council direction. I also want to make an explicit apology for the very late timing associated with this. This is an absurdly late material coming to you as councillors and as executive committee. I do plead guilty to that with an explanation, and the explanation is factual. We were turning around the spreadsheet as late as over the weekend, so it was simply not possible for us to bring the term sheet, not possible for us to bring the material to you any more quickly than we have. We are also driven by Metrolink's timing, and the Metrolink's timing is for a decision from Council with respect to the Smart Track matter, Integrated Transit Plan, by November the 30th. That's an indication of the seriousness with which Metrolinx and its shareholder take this, but also an indication of the very, very tight timelines that we've been working under. The presentation itself covers three primary components, but I do want three kind of primary pieces, and I do want to spend just a second before we get into the presentation on what they are. The first is the bringing forward, in response to Council direction, the next step in terms of the Integrated Transit Plan. The Integrated Transit Plan was brought forward by John Livy and his staff back in July. Council directed us to take the next steps on that. That's what we're bringing back. We're also making sure that we learn from the past, and particularly the past management of capital projects, and we're being very, very explicit about what we call in jargon terms the stage gate process. But really, in more practical terms, this is to give Council input into the development of the plan over time, and if necessary, to create explicit decision points, and if absolutely necessary, explicit off-ramps, so Council is not surprised. Council has visibility as we go through the transit planning process. So it is an integrated plan. It is one that learns from the past and does develop a stage gate or off-ramp process. And the other piece that's absolutely critically important is we are laying out, to the best of our capacity, the financial structure associated with this, how much it will cost, and some of the potential financing mechanisms associated with that. The conversation with the province, and this is a term sheet with the province, has been real and direct. It has been about breaking the historic logjam in terms of the financing of transit in Toronto. So we have brought forward a package that will be up to this committee and then subsequently council to accept, reject, or modify. But I can tell you that we bring this package forward with some passion and some enthusiasm because we worked hard to find the limits of the provincial negotiation strategy. And to be very frank, I am confident we found those limits. So on the second page, you will recall that you directed us, council directed staff, to continue the planning and technical analysis in terms of the integrated transit plan, including SmartTrack RER integration, 6 stations, all of the critical components associated with that. And you further authorized me as city manager, along with my team, to negotiate a cost-sharing and intergovernmental financing arrangement. Those negotiations were conducted with the province of Ontario. Province of Ontario, their team was headed by the Secretary of Cabinet. It included the Ontario Ministry of Finance. It included the Ministry of Transportation, Metrolinx, a variety of others. Our side was ably supported by John Livy, Rob Rossini, TTC, and a variety of others as well. And this is the combined efforts of that fairly lengthy process. The timelines I've already spoken to very briefly on the third page, but this is driven by the urgency of creating new transit and the opportunity for new transit in the City of Toronto. The province is moving forward with the procurement that will define the spine of SmartTrack. And in order to do that, we need to be able to fit within the timeframes established by Metrolinx. Those timelines are very, very tight and, in fact, end later this month with the November 30th deadline. We've been aware for this deadline of some considerable period of time and obviously been under an accelerated work plan in order to meet that. Also an explanation for the very late report, for which I already apologized. The report itself on page 4 walks through the summary term sheet, sets out some recommendations to continue to advance planning, and as I said earlier, provides an explicit treatment of the costs and potential financing associated with that. So I'll now go to page 6 and talk about the general principles under which we have conducted this negotiation. And the negotiation was initiated by the Mayor and the Premier, directing staff along with the Council direction to reflect the partnership of the City and the Province in constructing, operating and maintaining the transit network. So it has always been a partnership conversation and it has always been a network conversation. Within that, the effort has been to come to an equitable distribution of cost, revenues, and risks among the two parties, ensuring that there are roles, governance mechanisms, dispute mechanisms, a variety of others associated with that. The core principle here is that the province is responsible for the base RER, Regional Express Rail, GO Transit network, and the city will contribute to those costs that are incrementally associated with that. And then as part of the provincial precondition, we also needed to address a number of related transit-related funding and operational issues, and we'll walk through those. But that has been the core set of principles under which we as staff have negotiated and brought forward the summary term sheet. The core pieces of which are outlined on page 7. I won't spend time on this page because I'll speak to each individual element. I will also not spend time on page 8 because this has been ably presented to you as councillors earlier in July, and in fact before that, in terms of the basic construct of SmartTrack. You're familiar with the heavy rail and then the LRT extension that occurs along Eglinton. But that graphic gives you a sense of, reminds us of the core picture and really the transit we are buying for this investment. And as we focus in on the investment, it's always important to remember we are buying something that we were not in a position to bring forward earlier. On to page 9, and now I'll talk through some of the specific aspects of SmartTrack. SmartTrack, what we are looking for council to do, what we are recommending for council, is that council approve a stage gate process for planning, procuring, and funding the project itself. That incurs $71 million worth of immediate costs, and we'll speak to that as well. It also incurs a potential cost, although there are ramps or stage gates associated with this cost, of up to $2 billion. That is a $3.7 billion gross number. That is a cost to construct. I'll speak to that in a minute, but that gives you some basic. That would then be added into the current budget cycle in order that we can come back at budget launch, operating and capital budget launch, to give you some visibility into how that works, and obviously to direct Roberto Rossini as the DCM and Chief Financial Officer to advance the capital funding strategy associated with that. So that's the primary elements of Smart Track itself. I'll now speak to the stage gate. And I will not speak to the specifics, but I will say that this is very, very important to us as staff. And we are trying to avoid a situation which from time to time has happened, in which a project is approved by council, goes off, balloons, changes in scope, comes back, and it's a surprise in terms of the nature of the scope, any of the cost escalations, all of those other things. What we are trying to do with this project and throughout the integrated transit network planning is to establish explicit stage gates, acknowledging that we need to come to you, as we are now, for permission to continue at a very early stage of design. And as we make cost estimates, we acknowledge explicitly that those cost estimates are inherently incomplete because they are missing some critical elements. This means, in our view, that we need to come back at a future point in time with the full financials and again secure your continued commitment and approval for the project going forward. We are not doing this because we believe that the project will ever require a major adjustment. We are doing this in order to provide council the best possible information, the clearest possible governance that you require as the stewards of the financial context for the City of Toronto. This stage gate is number 3. What we are looking for here, our recommendation to you, is that you approve that we create the financial structure, that we undertake project design and EA preparation. The next time we would come back is in 2018 with a much better understanding of, once the EAs are in place, we have better costing, all of those other things, another opportunity for council, executive committee and council to look at the overall package. Again, this is an effort to learn from the capital projects of the past, make an explicit break, bring things forward through a stage gate process. I'm now going to speak to the Smart Track Eglinton West LRT component associated with this. And that is on page 11 and page 12, and speak to some of the specific pieces associated with that. So page 11, we are proposing to you that the city will be responsible for capital costs associated with Eglinton West, the LRT, Mount Dennis to the Renforth Gateway. A more practical way of putting that is that that is within the City of Toronto. So that element of Eglinton West LRT that is within the City of Toronto, within the 416, we are putting forward that that is a City of Toronto financial responsibility associated with that. This line makes the most sense if it's extended into the Pearson Airport. We would expect, and we'll talk about that in the financials, substantial contributions from City of Mississauga and Peel, as well as the Greater Toronto Airport Authority. Again, a beneficiary pay construct associated with that. Page 12 is the resolution of an outstanding irritant with the city, between the City of Toronto and the Province of Ontario. In 2015, the City of Toronto made a decision with staff advice to suspend Go Capital contributions. The province has requested that we reinstate those capital contributions. The proposal in front of you accepts that request from the province, but provides a very substantial benefit in return. And there are two critical parts of that. The first is that the city will direct that resource into 2 existing RER or new RER stations at Spadina and Bloor Lansdowne, otherwise known as, Bloor Lansdowne. And that will also contribute to existing stations across the GO network in Toronto. So the money is repurposed within the 416, within the City of Toronto. This also addresses the issue on a going forward basis and removes any provincial expectation that we would continue to provide these capital contributions. So this is an outstanding irritant, something the province was concerned about. We are trading essentially our contribution for incremental benefits. Page 13, again, this is a confirmation, and this is built into the term sheet, a confirmation of the existing policy, which is that the province of Ontario will pay 85% of the costs associated with 5 existing grade separation requirements at 85%, and the city will contribute to those at 15%. Now we'll speak to the operating and maintenance on LRT. And again, the graphic on page 14 shows the primary LRTs associated with it: Finch, Shepherd, Eglinton, Crosstown. Eglinton, Crosstown is the one for which we have financial information, as you'll see on the subsequent pages, but the basic pattern we are agreeing to will be established for all of the future LRTs. The basic structure here is that Metrolinx will own the light rail transit lines, and the TTC will operate them. The TTC will assume financial responsibility for operating and regular maintenance. That's non-life cycle, and I'm sure in response to a question we can explain the difference between regular and life cycle for all of the LRTs. The city will retain complete flexibility in terms of fares, revenue retention, levels of service, all of these other components as well. The net cost of that, so the cost minus what we believe to be the fare box offset for Eglinton, the only one for which we have a good understanding at this point, is approximately $39 million at this point. It's important to indicate a couple of things of background associated with this, and I will pause, and I look forward to questions on this as well. There was an existing 2012 master agreement. That master agreement did not definitively speak, and in fact did not speak to the allocation of financial responsibility associated with this. This is one of these things that, frankly, going forward, this term sheet is an effort to clean up, which is where the province and the city, neither of them had built this into their fiscal plan on a going forward basis. That ambiguity is something we need to address. It was never the province of Ontario's intention to pay for these. That was made completely clear in the provincial budget. That applies to both Toronto and to other municipalities as well. In exchange, this is part of the overall piece. If we do not have this overall piece, we would still have to have the negotiation with the province on these, and it would remain the province's expectation that the city continue to pick up these costs. So stepping away from the overall term sheet would not necessarily mean that the City of Toronto would avoid paying for these costs. Now on to page 16, the Georgetown South project. This is effectively existing policy, and we look forward to questions on that, but I won't spend time at this point on that because the funding and financing structuring is important. And I'll turn now to page 18. The overall cost is on the order of $2 billion, approximately $800 million associated with new stations, 6 new stations on the Kitchener and Stouffville rail corridors. And of course, we also have the other 2 stations being managed by Metrolinx as part of the overall package, but we'll focus in on the 6 right here. And approximately $1.2 billion for Eglinton West. That gives us the sum of 2. Of critical importance is the assumed federal contribution. This represents a 1/3 federal contribution. Our best understanding of the current fiscal stance of the City of Toronto. Could be more, unlikely to be less, but this is our best understanding of that fiscal contribution at this point. We also have, of course, Eglinton West being contributed to appropriately in our view, very appropriately in our view, by Mississauga, Peel, and GTAA. So that leads to the residual city responsibility associated with that, given that the provinces of Ontario's primary contribution is to the main spine of regional express rail. We need to make sure that that Council has an opportunity to understand that these costs are costs to construct. They are not yet subject to the full risk transfer premiums, nor are they subject to financing premiums. Those numbers almost always, in fact, always push the numbers higher, but this gives you a basic understanding of the costs to construct, and frankly, the order of magnitude of the expense over a period of time. The city's share will be financed in a number of very, very important ways. And I'm now going to ask Rob Rossini to walk quickly through the primary elements of that.
Thank you, Peter. So basically, the types of financing or funding that we would have for the project is, because this is a transit expansion, some of it will benefit new and future growth, so we can apply development charges. And what we want to use here is an innovative financial tool or financing tool called tax increment financing. And tax increment financing, what it wants to do is capture the additional assessment growth from physical new property development in the entire Smart Track corridor and say, a portion of that we're going to dedicate to finance the debt repayments. What happens is the facilities have to be constructed, the money's borrowed in anticipation of that, and then the new development will happen in time. So we have to borrow money and then pay it back either with development charge revenues or future tax revenues from the growth that occurs in that area. To the extent that expenditures happen before the revenues materialize, there's a timing issue there, there's an imbalance issue there, and that's what could potentially cause an equivalent property tax impact or tax increase. In addition, we'll look at other revenue sources that we could use to fund this. Are there developers that want to contribute to enhance stations? Are there land sales that in the area that we could use, or Section 37 types of arrangements? So we'll look at all of that in developing the funding. Slide 20 shows, and this is the funding commitments from a budgetary standpoint. The commitment that we're looking for in the first 17 and 18 and 19, the $71 million to do the design, engineering, and approvals process. And then you see how the expenditures are flowed for both the Smart Track and the LRT West. Basically, we do have a slide on, in the report, we break that down between the two facilities of the Smart Track line and the Eglinton West line. They are on page 10 of Appendix 2, and you see how the two are spent. So that's the $3.7 billion, and the net cash flow of $2 billion for us. So what is the development that we could expect to happen in this corridor? Slide 21. We contracted a firm, Strategic Regional Resource Associates. They did a forecast for us. They did a forecast of what development of commercial office space would be and residential condo growth would be in the city in the absence of Smart Track investment, and then also what would those forecasts look like with Smart Track. And what you see in front of you is the with and the without development forecasts for both res and non-res commercial. And basically, there's about $10.7 million square feet of new office development because of the Smart Track investment, and about 23,700 new residential condo units because of that investment. And then what tax increment financing does is take a portion of the property tax revenues that generates and dedicate it, apply it to the debt repayment. Slide 22 shows how the forecast is built. In the early years, while you're building the infrastructure, you see there's not a lot of development, and then it accelerates over time. It grows by about $3.5 million a year, and just for illustration purposes, by 2026, it's about $29 million. By 2026, 2027, we predict that the debt to carry the the Smart Track investment, is about $123 million. So you see the imbalance between the timing of revenues and the timing of expenditures, and that's what could cause a potential tax increase, and why we're saying something else has to fill that gap. That's using traditional debentures. Slide 23. What's the value of over 25 years of the new incremental property tax revenue? And again, we're talking about just the municipal tax portion. This does not apply the education tax portion because that doesn't belong to the city. That belongs to the province. So we estimate about $1.9 billion of incremental property tax revenue over the course of the 25 years. And what some of the illustrations that are put in the report, if you use half of that, which we think would be a prudent thing, $950 million would be available to apply towards Smart Track financing. I should point out, and the report does have a discussion about this, that this assumes that there's no IMET program. IMET program is our TEAG program. It's a lot of acronyms. TEAG is Tax Increment Equivalent Grants. What we do is to incent new development, we give back 60% of the new tax property revenue over a period of 10 years as an incentive to develop certain types of development: manufacturing, industrial, imagination industries, and office. So this analysis assumes that there is no IMET program in the TIF zones over this period. Now, we are currently doing a review of the IMET program. Council approved that, and we have to come back with an assessment. So that's the tax increment funding and tax increment financing and the kinds of revenues it could generate. We talked about development charges. Development charges over this period, we think it's about $440 million of DCs. That's the growth, net growth capital costs or benefits that this project would have to growth. It comes out to about $18 million a year. So that gives us about $18 million a year to repay debt charges, principal and interest. So, slide 25. What's it look like? The report talks about conventional debentures, which has a problem because the expenditures, if you do a conventional debentures, I have to start repaying that debt, principal and interest, before the revenues come in. The report also talks about having a type of debt structure that's linked to the revenues. So revenue-matched debt instrument. That's a fancy name of a way of saying I'm going to do a debt instrument, a borrowing money, that I repay, that those repayments more closely match the revenue streams from new property tax assessment than what a conventional debenture would do. We've had some preliminary discussions with our debt syndicate, and it is feasible. And we will, there's a recommendation in here to direct finance to go and have additional discussions and explore how we can do a revenue match debt instrument. The key thing is here, by more closely matching the debt repayments to the revenue stream, look what happens. On the bottom line, the equivalent tax increase using all of the revenues, 100% of it, goes down from about 2.1% to 1%. Versus conventional debentures, and the TIF using 50% goes from about 3% tax impact equivalent to 2%. So it reduces the potential or equivalent tax impact by about a third.
So I'm going to pause here and just jump into a quick summary. On page 26 as well, you see the overall picture, all of the numbers we've talked about added together. So executive committee, and then if you send this forward, council can see the overall packs or commitments associated with that. And then, of course, we've already talked about the operating and maintenance financial impacts, and they're displayed on page 27. We've been presenting for a while, so I'm going to wrap up very quickly now with 4 core points. Council has endorsed an integrated transit network plan. This is the next step associated with that, and responds to Council's direction to set up the next stages in terms of planning and set up the next stages in terms of the financial arrangements with the province. We are being as explicit as we can possibly be about our best understanding of the costing, both what the costing is at this point for each individual element and some of those parts that will later come with the costing, including the actual impact of risks, P3s, all of the other elements, financing, all of the other elements associated with that. We have laid this out as clearly as we can in terms of property tax, and the reason for that is twofold. First, we are using this as as we are relating to this concept of tax increment financing, which is very directly related itself to property tax. So it makes sense to bundle those together and show them explicitly in terms of that link. The other is because that's often the language in which we use in the City of Toronto. But to be very, very clear, there may be other opportunities, and we are bringing forward revenue measures and other opportunities to find other types of tax that may be available to fund this. But we are not, as staff, apologizing for the significance of this investment. There has been a logjam in transit. We have been unable to put significant resources on the table all at one time. This is the next step. It's not the only step. This is the next step of what transit actually costs. We're trying to bring that forward, be as explicit as we can about those costs, and then the mechanisms under a traditional finance model, the mechanisms under a tax increment model, the mechanisms within a tax increment model of different ways of allocating those costs and those payments of debt over time. And then finally, we'll be back with additional material later this year in terms of potential financial instruments available to pay for capital as well. None of these are straightforward. All of them are challenging, but we're trying to be as explicit, trying to give council our very best advice. The last point I want to leave is a point of judgment. This has been a challenging conversation with the province. The province has a particular perspective associated with these. Wanted to make sure that we dealt as explicitly as we could with this as an overall package. It is my view that we are, reaching the practical limits of the province's capacity here, that we are benefiting enormously from their basic investments. The City of Toronto will benefit enormously from the LRTs, from which the province is paying the full capital. There is a chart, I believe, on page 17 of the report that shows overall the impact of this, the expense of this, relative to the financing arrangements of the distant past, the pre-95, pre-Harris era. I'm not sure that's the most relevant comparator of all, but it does give you a sense of how this would stack up on that. So this is fundamentally what it takes in order to invest in the next step of the transit network, with as much visibility as we as staff can give you as council into the costs, what will change those costs over time, and as much flexibility as we can give you as council in order to set up stages in order to continue the journey along the transit piece. We thank you, and we look forward to questions later. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you. And as we had agreed earlier on, what we will do now is excuse you from the table and move to listen to our deputants, and we will get through them, and including questions to them as appropriate. And we will then come back and have questions to you as both presenters and staff, because you're one and the same. So on that note, if I may, I would ask Brenda Thompson from Scarborough Transit Action to come up and be first. Good afternoon, Ms. Thompson. And I think 5 minutes, and thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. If I may, I would like to speak on behalf of TTC riders first, and then switch over to my other hat with Scarborough Transit Action. And also, I'd like to just preface my speech today with the fact that I am a transit rider living in Scarborough, and it has a unique, I think I have a unique perspective on these issues, and I'm hoping that we can shift our priorities to making sure that all transit riders across this city get the kind of transit mobility they deserve. As a member of TTC riders, the release of this report has us concerned because we're not seeing anything about the Eglinton East LRT or the relief line. And the latest transit network report doesn't show any progress toward building either of these two lines. And we would like an explanation for why they are absent and why some transit riders might be left waiting indefinitely. We're also concerned about the report's failure to clarify if the promise to keep Smart Track fares as equal to a TTC fare has been kept. A City of University of Toronto transportation study shows that Smart Track would attract upwards of 300,000 daily riders in 2031 if trains every 5 minutes ran and the service was priced at TTC fares. So actually ridership would plummet to about 37,000 if service ran every 15 minutes and was priced at GO fares. So I think this project is really tied to the affordable fare part of the equation, and we're hoping to see more information about that as soon as possible. We're also worried about the commitment to build and operate new LRT lines without actually the province stepping in to start funding operations of existing TTC service. And when we get into a situation like this where the city is sharing the costs of maintenance and operation for new transit lines, it leaves us very worried because we can't even really support the existing transit that we have now. And we really want to see the province go back to the 1990s where they funded 50% of TTC operations. That needs to happen before we go ahead with any of this. And now I think I'll just switch to my Scarborough Transit Action hat and say that there are concerns that nothing is stated in this report about the Shepherd East LRT. It seems to be part of the plan with the province, but we were under the impression that this line would get bumped up, that we wouldn't have to wait until 2025 to get rapid transit to Northeast Scarborough. And as well, the whole Scarborough subway network plan seems to hinge on this one-stop subway. And that is a concern as well because the costs of the one-cost subway have been called into question. And we really need clarification on what kind of transit are we going to get and how many people are we going to serve. What we have with the Smart Track and with the Scarborough subway extension are two north-south lines taking people downtown. But anything that's going to serve east-west Scarborough in the north end or east-west Scarborough in the south end is not happening. It doesn't seem to have any impetus behind us. And that's a deep, deep concern. We need transit, rapid transit to the outer neighborhoods of Scarborough, and we need it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thompson. Are there questions of the deputant? Councillor Perks? Yeah.
Thank you. You mentioned that you're concerned that you don't see the downtown relief line or the Eglinton East LRT line.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that simply adding 2 more stations in Scarborough on this train track is adequate compensation for those being pushed off?
Do you mean the Smart Track line?
Yes.
I think it helps, but I don't think it addresses the lack of east-west service across Scarborough. Those connections are not there. This is a line that's going to, from what I can see, predominantly serve commuters wanting to get downtown. And, you know, I'm happy about the stop at Lawrence. That's great. But it's not going to serve the people out in Malvern. It's not going to serve the people out in Scarborough Village. There's nothing to connect them across Scarborough.
One of the assertions here is that one of the ways that we can pay now that we're being given the cost of the Eglinton light rail line operating maintenance is by savings by reducing the frequency of bus services, because now we've got all this light rail service instead. Do you think that would have an impact on the quality of transit service in Scarborough? Less frequent buses in exchange for having that Eglinton LRT that doesn't even go all the way east?
I'm not sure I understand. If we did have the Eglinton East LRT,
No, this is without the Eglinton East
without the
LRT.
Eglinton East LRT, would I think that less frequent buses would help?
Yes,
Definitely not.
thank you.
Other questions of this deputy? If there are none, I have a couple. Oh, sorry, Ms. Thompson, I just had a couple for you, if I could. Really, they're almost exactly the same questions, but I suppose asked from a slightly different perspective than Mr. Perks, Councillor Perks. Councillor Perks, I apologize. So first of all, on the question of bus service, I assume you would accept the fact that where you put something like the crosstown LRT across Eglinton, it is not only possible, but it is common sense you would see less bus service along there because you have a rapid transit line operating along Eglinton. I'm sure you'd agree with that.
If we had a rapid transit line from Kennedy Station to U of T Scarborough, I would hope that that would alleviate the need for as much bus service along that corridor.
So someone who's talking about planning those kinds of higher order transit services would be sorry, just starting the clock, would be perfectly within their rights, as it were. It would be sensible. They would offset some reduction in bus service that would be possible if you had the higher order transit, correct?
Not across all of Scarborough, only in the corridor where the rapid transit
Let's just be clear.
existed.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Where there is a higher order transit line put in, LRT, subway, whatever, it's reasonable in that place at that time to count on some reduction in bus service because you have higher order transit under the ground or above ground serving the same area.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, secondly, I assume you're aware of the announcement made when you said there was nothing going on and no reference to the relief line. I'm sure you're aware of the announcement made on May 31st by myself and the Minister of Transportation for Ontario of $150 million funding, which I just mentioned to you. TTC officials described at the time, and I quote them, the most significant funding to date for the relief line, which has been discussed by planners for decades. Were you aware of that announcement of $150 million?
I was aware of that announcement. Yes.
And do you think that will be funding some work on the relief line? I mean, are you aware that that's what it's for, design and planning work and so on?
I'm afraid unless I actually see that there is funding for the construction of a project, I do not hold any hope that it will happen.
Okay, well, let's go back over that. I assume you would agree that something, in order to be built, you have to have plans, you have to decide on a route, you have to assess the different consequences environmentally and otherwise of that project before you can actually start building it. You'd agree with that?
I do agree with that. However, I'm just wondering why the Eglinton East LRT and the downtown relief line were not included in this report, because the impression I get from the report is Smart Track and Eglinton West are the priorities right now. And unless I hear something different, I don't really know what else to think.
Do you know of the timetables of these projects that have been put forward previously that suggest that because it's, I'll call it behind on the timing schedule because of the decades that have been spent by people talking about it and not doing anything about it, that the relief line is a project that has a longer timetable that goes out because of the planning? For example, were you aware that even at this committee and at council, there's still a debate going on involving some councillors and neighbours and others about the route that the relief line should take, that there's a debate going on about that in which local people are having that debate. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of
So would you understand then, I'm sure, that you couldn't start building something until you've decided on the route, for example?
I agree. We need to have a good planning process.
So would you know that there is there are some dates in the spring of next year, the winter actually, so it's coming up very soon, to consult the neighbors who are the ones that are having a debate about the route so that we can decide on the route, and then and that'll involve spending some of this $150 million, so then we can get on as soon as possible with building the relief line. You'd understand that we have to do that kind of work first.
I do understand that. I guess because there doesn't look to me like there is any cost-sharing arrangement with the province.
Actually,
in
you're
this
right, because
report.
they're paying all $150 million of that money and we're paying zero.
I mean for the operations and the maintenance.
Well, we have-
And it leaves, it's a blank, there's something that hasn't been filled in.
Okay.
And we're just worried that when these
Well-
answers aren't there, that means you've forgotten about it.
It's certainly not forgotten about, I assure you, but thank you very much for your answers and for your time today. I'm sorry, did you have a question now, Councillor Thompson?
Yes, just prompt me. Mrs. Thompson, thank you very much for being here, and it's always
Thank you.
good to hear you. You do great work, not simply for Scarborough, but for transit as a whole. I'm just wondering, and I know that the question's been asked by Councillor Perks and the Mayor, your thoughts then with respect to, I understand the pieces of the report that you are not satisfied with because there's not enough information, and I understand the Mayor is talking about the relief line, particularly as it relates to routing and so on. This report, though, that's in front of us, based on what's here, your opinion then, because it wasn't clear to me in terms of your presentation, do you give it a 5 out of 10, 7 out of 10, 1 out of 10, in a range out of 10? What would you give this in terms of going forward as it relates to planning transit with respect to as opposed to talking about transit?
I guess in that it focuses on particular lines. For those particular lines, it seems to be moving forward. But for lines like the Eglinton East LRT, I'm not seeing that same momentum.
Sure, I get that, and because it's a big city and trying to cover everything all at once with limited ability to pay, that's also something to factor. But as it relates to this particular series of lines, can you tell me on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you rank this?
I really don't, I'm sorry, I really don't have the expertise to rank per se. I think my sense is very general.
Yes,
And I can see that there's progress
yes.
on those particular projects.
So on your general sense then, would you give it a failing grade, a passing grade, an A, a B? How would you rate this report itself? Because you're an expert. You have come forward here to this committee and others and so on. You talk about transit, and I realize that it doesn't capture everything as part of the point that you're actually making. But I'm asking you, based on what is here, and I understand the pieces that are not here, I get that. I understand the province is not paying for everything, I get that. I understand the city is required to pay for something, I get that. But how do you rate this particular plan?
Well, are you asking me to look at all the different lines that you have in the report and say how I rate it? I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Next is J.P. Boutros. Mr. Boutros. He's down to Depute, but not here at the moment. Okay. And next, Hamish Wilson. Mr. Wilson, how are you doing?
Well, reasonably well, thank you.
Good. 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, in some ways it's actually good news. I do wish to be positive that there's so much money perhaps being sloshed around, but nonetheless, a lot of reservation about the scale of the decisions, the billions. I think we really need to squeeze them properly. And the process, I'm very pleased that it was, there's an apology about how quickly, have you even had time to read this report? I'm sorry, this is just far too abrupt for the billions of dollars that are being in play. I think you should ask Metrolinx to, well, can they put back the deadline for response for another couple of, till January? Really? We've waited for quite a few decades, in some cases close to a century, for the lower downtown west for superior transit. So let's just make sure we can read the report, get good questions about it all. And that includes a special council meeting. Maybe that's planned, but let's do something very specific so we can actually read and understand all of the details. Because quite honestly, it's not so much planning, but more scheming, I think, in some ways, especially out in Scarborough. Even though we need to spend a lot of money in Scarborough, I'm not saying don't spend money in Scarborough. But it feels like rank scheming, not planning. And I brought down some fresh envelopes and some napkins to be snarky. In terms of hey, in terms of finding money, this is something that I've had around and been sharing since I first saw it a couple of decades ago, highlighted to actually show the scale of the hidden subsidies to cars. If we actually had closer to user pay for the automobiles as opposed to like closer to the transit system, we'd have maybe a couple of billion around to play with. So I'd strongly suggest that the user fees of a vehicle registration tax very highly urged, rather than say selling off Toronto Hydro. And if you're going to sell an asset, why not sell off the Gardiner or the Don Valley Parkway? At least we'd get some tolls. The concern with the smart track, well, it was interesting to read Mr. Steve Monroe's comment. He had a tweet about con artists at work, which is strong language. But it doesn't seem to be all, like, it's good. The GO Transit people in the province have done a lot of good work in terms of bringing a lot of commuters into the center of the city, but we need to have good transit everywhere. So when we're talking about squeezing the billions, that's where I'm coming from, is so that we can spend it everywhere, not just in some areas and not just for bringing people into the core. In terms of the smart track stuff and stuff, I think that because there's been some real question about the fudging of the background documents and the process for the Scarborough subway approval, I feel that the Smart Spur option was really dissed and not looked at properly because it was almost designed to make sure it doesn't get picked up on kind of analysis perhaps. I think, and I was, if you go to the Wikipedia for the SRT, 10 years ago there was actually a plan to replace the track and the cars on the SRT and shut it down for 8 months and cost of maybe $360 million, which is still a lot of money, but now we've got a subway at 10 times that amount and we're not hearing too much about the project creep. I'm sorry, that's a problem. So the Smart Spur, I think if we made sure that some service was kept on the existing up to, Ellesmere. Got a lot of buses, perhaps putting them on the hydro corridor to really expedite. We get quick demolition. We get 2 shifts a day working to put in the rail from here over to the Scarborough Town Centre. I think that might squeeze the billions, and we need to squeeze the billions. I'm sorry, there's an awful lot of city that is not well served. Eglinton East, like even within Scarborough, the Eglinton East should have something. I've been, as you know, keen on something that would actually maybe be readily done using the Gatineau Hydro Corridor. We already own it. It's incredibly wide. At least within Scarborough, we could do a huge amount quickly with a busway, maybe connect to St. Clair. The St. Clairs are over here. Maybe even get a surface relief line. Busways are cheaper. They're quicker. If we're going to do subway, again, do it on a diagonal. That's what's needed for the downtown relief line, and I'm sorry I'll have disagreements with the planning there. Out in the west end of the city, you see we have an old plan that shows a Queen Street subway. We need something that actually starts to service Liberty Village with proper transit, robust transit, not slow down the GO regional system to a sub-regional sort of more milk run thing. A huge amount of development approved in Mimico without the transit. We need to have better transit everywhere, including in the West Core. So slow this down. I'd like to see a motion for a development freeze in the core because the transit is not kept pace. Mr. Livy and Ms. Keesmaat mentioned that we were at a tipping point. It's totally true. And am I out of time? I am, but it's not quite like, yes, it's good that we're spending money, but we need to squeeze the billions, and it has to start in Scarborough. We're making mistakes there.
Thanks, Mr. Wilson. Appreciate that. Any questions of the deputy? All right, thanks very much. Appreciate you being here. Mr. Eli Aaron, please. Mr. Aaron, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Smart Track is not a new transit line. In the spring of 2014, the province announced it would be electrifying a number of GO lines. All GO transit lines originate in Toronto, so the city was already going to benefit from Regional Express Rail, or RER. As part of RER, Metrolinx announced it would identify opportunities for new stations. What Toronto has managed to do over the past 2 years is volunteer to pay for GO Transit expansion the province was already going to give us for free. For those of us who don't know, GO Transit stands for Government of Ontario Transit. Toronto is still recovering from the province's termination of TTC operating funds 2 decades ago. Toronto has $30 billion of backlog capital projects. So how does it make sense for us to give the province $288 million as a gift for them to improve infrastructure that's their jurisdiction? According to this report, the city will be on the hook for over $800 million to build new stations in GO corridors owned by Metrolinx, identified in Metrolinx's study of Government of Ontario-owned rail corridors. We would be giving the provinces our resources that are in short supply and high demand so they can improve their infrastructure. It is also important to note that the province receives much more of every tax dollar than the city. I still do not understand why this redundant service that would cost billions abruptly ends at Mount Dennis and does not serve priority neighborhoods farther along the rail line, such as Weston and others in North Etobicoke. Is it just because the original plan had a line on a map that made a 90-degree turn at Eglinton? If so, I don't see that as a valid reason. On the Eglinton West LRT, there's also the massive assumption that Mississauga will come to the table with, depending on what the GTAA gives, about $500 million. According to Mississauga's 2015 capital budget plan, this is more than the municipality intends to spend on public transit over the next decade. The 10-year capital plan is $416 million without SmartTrack. Our plan would require Mississauga to increase their capital budget for transit by over 110%. In the report, it just says that Mississauga is expected to come to the table with the money, but I didn't see anything in there about any negotiations that happened with Mississauga or anyone asking Mississauga about this. I wasn't in there. There's a bigger question. Why are we focusing on the projects that politicians want to build instead of the projects we need to build to keep our city moving? Andy Byford, the CEO of the TTC, said the relief line should be Toronto's top priority. Our chief planner, Jennifer Keesmaat, has described it as critical to the transit system. The mayor has said it's not an either-or with SmartTrack or the relief line. If this is the case, then why are all three levels of government earmarking billions for the redundant ghost service called SmartTrack and not a penny for the relief line to actually be constructed? It's not because it's still in the detailed design phase like some have suggested. So is every project in this report today. Not one of them is shovel-ready for tomorrow. It is very possible to dedicate money to a project that will be shovel-ready in a few short years. The issue is that there is no political will to build the most important transit project for the city and the region. Finally, as many have suggested, tax increment financing, the initial funding scheme proposed, is not enough to fund the entire portion of the city's cost, and the report is recommending a 2% municipal tax hike. This is in addition to the 30-year tax hike we will now be paying for the unjustified Scarborough subway, but I won't get into those details now. I support building transit and raising money to pay for it. We should be spending our transit dollars as wisely as possible, not on deals that have us paying hundreds of millions of dollars for provincial expenses. And I just want to end by basically saying we have so many important transit priorities. The province was going to expand RER. The province said they were going to do this before the SmartTrack studies even happened. If we finally have this money, we have all these different projects that need to be done. Why are we going to the province and saying to them, here, we'll help you pay for your projects when we have our own projects and we're struggling to get them to the table to help us? And they've cut us off from TTC funding. I actually spoke to the minister last week to ask him what was going to happen with all these new projects, the operating funding. He said he has no plans to help us out. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Aaron. Any questions of the deputant? All right, well, thank you very much for being here today. Mr. Derek Moran.
Just want to say hi, Councillor DeGiorgio. How are you? Good to see you again. I get the feeling, Mayor Tory, that you think I'm lying to you, don't you?
I just know I'm not supposed to call you Mr. Moran anymore, so I'm not doing that. But you go ahead now. Clock is running, sir.
September 3rd, that's from the ORGID, that's the Office of the Registrar General, Derek Soul, living beneficiary. If you're wondering why that is, you could ask City Manager Peter Wallace, as he was the former Deputy Finance Minister of Ontario, and show him Section 32 of the Ontario Financial Administration Act, and you could explain to you how the trust is actually, who's bound to execute it. But it's no big deal. I have to second what Hamish Wilson said, because I could have swore that I read a tweet recently from Councillor Davis who said that there's a bylaw that says there's supposed to be 5 days given in order for people to read this report and to be able to maybe research what they wanted to say and properly form an opinion when they come here to speak. And I also got to say something, like that lady there, I could sense the frustration, because one of the reasons why this place is so broken, and we got to get this out now, is because some of you people are just straight up bullies when you speak to us. The cross-examining, the interrogation, some of you have lost completely the sight of, you're the servants. You don't talk to us like that. You don't deserve, on the other hand, to have someone come here and speak to you all like that. So let's show a little respect for the people that all keep you fed, clothed, a house, a roof over your head, disposable income in your pocket, and money to raise your families with. That would be nice. So I just also want to point out that Councillor Mihevc and I, as of yesterday, Councillor Mihevc entered into an agreement with me that, yes, Councillor Kristen Carmichael-Greb is the best councillor here at the City of Toronto. And it's not because she's, pretty or not the horrible piece of work that was there before her, but she was awful to deal with.
Sir, we're not going to have that.
Mr. Mayor, I think we've heard enough.
I ask you to withdraw.
She's not here anymore.
I'd ask you to, it doesn't matter whether she's here or not. I'd ask you to apologize and to withdraw that remark, or we'll have to be done with your deputation.
I'm not withdrawing that. She did not perform her
No, we're done with
fiduciary
you.
duties.
We're not going to have you come in. You just finished talking about treating people with respect.
She did not
No, but
perform
sir,
her fiduciary
I'm terribly sorry.
duties.
I'd ask that
She
you
did not.
that you
She
step
flat
aside
out-
from the podium. We're done
flat
with
out
you.
breached the
No,
trust
we're
by
done.
not performing
If
her
you were going to
fiduciary
apologize,
duties.
then I would let you continue.
She's
But
no
otherwise,
longer
I'm
here
sorry.
anymore.
You're done, and maybe we could ask.
No longer here anymore.
You are done. It doesn't matter. She's still on the earth, and even if she wasn't,
Vacated
it
her
matters.
office a long
We're
time
not
before
going to
she
come here, sir,
brought
and
herself
treat
out in
anybody with
banker's
that
box.
kind of disrespect. So, could I ask that this gentleman be escorted away from the podium? We've had enough. Thank you very much. We'll just turn. How do I do that?
What if it's the truth, though? What if it's the truth?
How do I turn his mic on?
She never answered questions, just like Sue Ann Levy said in her article recently, okay? I want to talk about the security of the person.
Sir, we're done with you for today.
You're a trustee of mine.
You are not going to come
I'm a
here,
sole living
and as far as I'm
beneficiary.
concerned,
Any
until you
objections?
apologize, you're not welcome here to make deputations.
Listen, she doesn't work here.
Sir, it doesn't matter, sir. We treat people with respect here. You just gave a long dissertation on that, and that's fine. I normally, sir, we are done with you for today, and we're done with you until you apologize. When you apologize, either in writing. Sir, could I ask security to escort Mr. Moran out? And when you are, you could back to the seats. When you are ready to apologize, you can come to the mic. Well, that's fine. I'm sure you'll be ready at some point. And otherwise, until then, you are not welcome here to make deputations until you apologize. In writing is fine, but you're not welcome. Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon. Come on. Thank you very much. You're out. Could I have, could we have Miss Joy Robertson, please, who's next? Okay, well, what we'll do then is, because we want to keep moving along, we'll move on to questions, because there are people with time constraints, and then we'll give her a chance if she comes here. And I have a questioner's list, and I presume the two hands there are to be added to it. But Councillor Fragadakis was first, and these are questions so we all understand. I mean, it's the same people, but it's on the presentation and to staff, because it's the same people who presented. Councillor Fragadakis, over to you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to ask a few questions about the growth projections. So on page 4 of the attachment 4 to Appendix 1, population and employment projections, there is a table that lists distribution of office employment growth in the GTA with Smart Track 2011 to 2041. However, it lumps together in its groups areas inside the City of Toronto with those outside. For example, 13% of the growth is designated as taking place in planned mixed-use nodes with long-term potential: North York, Portlands, Vaughan Centre, Mississauga Centre, Brampton, Oakville, Burlington. And then there's another one called all other nodes in dispersed locations. I was wondering if we have a percentage for exactly how much of the anticipated growth is in Toronto and how much is outside.
Sorry, three. Oh, you. Through Mr. Mayor, if I understand the question correctly, you wanted to know how much of the growth is occurring within the TIF zone versus the rest of the city of Toronto. Of the commercial square footage, it's about 15% of the growth will come from the TIF zone. And of the residential condos, it's about 13.5%. And that information is on page 6 of attachment 2.
Okay, on page 16 of the SRRA report titled Commercial and Multi-Residential Forecasts for the Review of Smart Track, it advises that Smart Track is likely to lead to greater development in Markham, Richmond Hill, and the Airport District because these areas are not currently well connected to the TTC and to downtown Toronto, end quote. Given this, is the provincial government and other municipalities really paying their share?
I'll answer that question. It's a broader judgment question, and it's not just a question of are they paying their share. This is the package that we've been able to negotiate with the province of Ontario.
Okay, and next question. The tax increment financing will not involve properties outside of Toronto, correct?
That's correct.
So on page 17 of the SRRA report, it has a list of transit projects which are planned or under construction and which intersect with Smart Track, and are all assumed to be complete and operational by or close to 2021. That list includes the planned subway extension into Scarborough from Line 2, but does not seem to include the new Pape to Queen commuter relief line. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct, and that is because these are assumed to be complete or operational by 2031, whereas the relief line is on a longer time frame.
Okay, there's a concern I have about the SRRA report factor in the proposed Pape to Queen commuter relief line when making these projections. One of the deputants mentioned that concerns regarding the Pape to Queen commuter relief line is dropping in priority and moving further down the schedule. Though I know money has been allotted for the design, I'm worried it is moving further down the priority list, and I was wondering what kind of assurances do we have that we will be able to afford that line given what is in this report?
Through the chair, I'll begin, and then the city manager may want to add. We have not, in fact, dropped the relief line in priority in any way with respect to our planning. It has continued to advance apace. The only adjustment in the time frame was at the last council meeting when we were asked to go back and consider an additional alignment, which has added 6 months to the time frame, assuming that when we hit certain stages in the process, funding will be made available as the costing becomes more specific. There's no reason to believe that the relief line will not be up and running as per the time frame that we identified back in 2013.
Oh, okay, sorry. All right, well, that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fragedakis. I had next Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. I had mine sort of divided into two places. So the Eglinton West LRT, I heard that there is some flexibility there. So is the intention there to still leave room to contemplate the GTAA proposal that arrived late, the idea of the central check-in terminus that would eventually be joined up? Or is the deal structured based on a set route there?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it's in the stages of looking at what the proposed route and configuration out to the airport would be. It would include working with the GTA on their proposal to see whether or not that matches with the planning that we've been done to date.
So if we're going to ask them to find a contribution, whether through their own magic or them asking the feds, we would have to entertain their wanting to look at the route as well.
We would certainly have to negotiate and talk to them about the appropriate.
Okay. And the funding source, what the GO contributions, do I understand the presentation correctly that the return to the GO contributions would begin this very next year? Would that begin in 2017, the 20 million?
For you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
So have we identified a funding source for that to begin in 2017?
That's what we'll figure out through the budget process, is how to fit it in.
Okay. And in the case of the grade separations that are needed for the GO line, the Government of Ontario line, as Eli was just saying, is our 15% contribution, is that in keeping with historical contributions when GO is working in our area?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that's the standard that's basically set by the Canadian Transport Authority. It's the guideline that's used. We also have a number of specific agreements tracking back into the 19th century, but basically it comes out at a 15% formula.
Okay. Next, in mentioning the LRT lines that emanate from the Smart Track here, I heard we're going to pay for operating, but that we will have a lot of flexibility, and it included fare flexibility if we needed to have that flexibility for revenue. So that leads me to ask, what happened to fare integration, and how much is it going to cost to ride the LRT, and how much will it cost to ride Smart Track? And will I really have choices with my Presto card?
So fare integration, the overall construct of fare integration is something that we'll deal with in the future. We simply are not in a position to put that together at this point. It's enormously complex, multi-regional variety of other pieces. We do know that there are some very, very important considerations in terms of the proposal in front of you with respect to fare integration, including the absolute necessity, according to the modeling, of a TTC fare being an essential part of the heavy rail component of Smart Track.
But isn't enormously complex the opposite of flexible?
The flexibility that we exchange, and it comes out of a conversation at the negotiating table, is we did have opportunities of potentially exchanging different factors with the province of Ontario, including, for example, a revenue sharing arrangement with respect to the fares on the LRT themselves. What staff considered on both levels was that the best approach was to simply establish as much flexibility for the City of Toronto TTC in terms of service construct, all of those other pieces.
So when I pay my fare on an LRT, will I have to pay more when I get to the Smart Track?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, when we speak of fare integration and the request from City Council for this Government of Ontario to consider a more equitable fare structure, that is related to Smart Track integration onto RER. What is within the proposed terms here for the LRTs is that the City and the TTC set the fare on the LRTs.
So then I pay again when I get to the Smart Track.
Smart Track, there is a condition in this term, in the terms, in that that it is conditional that for a future go-forward decision that the province recognize the City Council's request for a more equitable fare integration in the overall regional fare structure.
So if I looked at like the Chicago system or the BART system in San Francisco, for example, my one card might allow me entry to all the systems, but I got to tap everywhere and pay twice, which was the thing we were hoping to avoid.
Mr. Mayor, for the LRTs, what was the intent of staff in these terms is that for a rider using the Metrolinx LRTs, which the TTC will operate, that it will be seamless to that rider. It'll be as if it is on the TTC network. The TTC and the city will set the fare. The city and the TTC will set the service level, and the city and the TTC will retain the fare box and non-fare box revenues as a result of the proposed terms.
Oh, okay. And so, okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Mihelic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have three kinds of questions. related to process, related to the engineering piece, and related to the financing piece. So just starting with the engineering piece. So if I'm to understand this correct, the Metrolinx will do the parts related to the heavy rail, and they will be the constructor for that piece. Is that correct?
Yes, they will be the constructor and the owner of Smart Track.
Okay, and for the Eglinton LRT piece, who will be the constructor of that piece?
Metrolinx.
Oh, it's not the city, it's not the TTC. Ah, okay. Okay, a related question.
All right, I'm going to pause there. Sorry, perhaps we could pause the councillor's time. Just did I have that wrong? Oh, you have to. Sorry, my apologies. Sorry.
Built into it.
I just heard noise behind me. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, and that then explains, because there's a lot of paperwork involved in contracting that work out, and that's why it's going from 2022 were some initial estimates, now it's 2025 before it can get built.
No, we'll deal with
the
it.
constructor.
Sorry, I'm not understanding the question.
When it was originally talked about, it was thought that because it's frankly pretty well all at surface, that it could be done fairly quickly, the Eglinton West piece. But Metrolinx has a long lead time, given the kinds of contractual arrangements and the binders that they put together when they contract these things out. That's several years of work before you can even take it to market. And that would explain, perhaps, I'm wondering, why they are pushing it out to 2025 as the time by which this project will be finished.
So we'll speak to the timing.
So, Mr. Mayor, essentially you're correct, Councillor. The process that Metrolinx uses is called the PSOS document, and it's what it is. They front end the design and construction, so they get to 30% design, and then put to market a 30% design and invite a consortia or groups of constructors to bring back a bid on time certainty, on price certainty, on constructability, and they then award it, as they've done in Eglinton Cross Town.
Okay,
That's the model that they use. It's different than a conventional design bid build.
Yes, it takes longer. The yard, is the yard going to be the Mount Dennis yard? There's no mention of that in the report.
Yeah.
So it's my understanding that the yard for Eglinton West, it's probably going to be accommodated at the Mount Dennis yard.
Has that decision been made, or is that a decision, or still negotiating?
So again, one more time, we haven't got to the point where they've done the PSOS document to specify the specific output. That's going to happen in another couple of years. So that will be part of the consideration. It's likely it's going to be Mount Dennis, but again, you're asking for certainty on something that has to go through that more precise design.
Right. Perhaps you're going to have a similar answer. What are the 5 intersections where there's going to be more work done on an underpass or overpass? Is that in the document somewhere? Along Eglinton? I know that. Okay, actually, I got it from my colleague here.
So right now in Eglinton West, we've got instructions from council to look at the number of stops and the possibility of separations at some of the key intersections. That's part of the ongoing work that will come forward next year in the documents.
Through the mayor, the potential grade separations specifically are Martin Grove Road, Kipling Avenue, Eglinton Flats, Royal York Road, and Islington Avenue.
And given that, can I ask this question? How long are the kilometers in Toronto? The Toronto parts of this? Because the price tag of $2.4 billion, my guess is that a lot of that price tag relates to the underpasses. So I'm wondering, how long is the Toronto portion of this project?
Through the mayor, I can't speak to the portion that is in Toronto, but you are correct that a significant portion of the cost is related to the grade separations. That is correct.
Right, so the fewer the grade separations, the lower the cost.
That's correct.
Great. Okay, on the money piece, in my reading of the literature, TIFs yield tens of millions of dollars. I don't know of any case that yields hundreds of millions of dollars. I am wondering if we do not get the TIF money that is anticipated, what kind of impact would that have on the amount that we would need to raise property taxes by to cover, say, all of it at one end? And you've indicated some scenarios if it's half or all covered by TIFs.
So
Final question.
Obviously, staff have not recommended going beyond the 50% assumption, and the arithmetic is shown there. But in any practical sense, the city provides the residual guarantee. So whatever does not materialize, whether less than 50% or any other number, the city is the backstop for that.
Well, you know,
That was the last question. Thanks, Councillor Havoc. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my questions are in regard to Eglinton West, and specifically I'll come back to Chief Planner Keesmaat in regard to the costs on Eglinton. I don't believe that grade separations are included in those estimates. The original plan from Metrolinx called for 2 grade separations, and it was only at the last council meeting that we asked them to look at 2 more. So I don't know if someone over there on staff has specific detail on that.
Through the mayor, you're correct. Those are the July estimates. The work plan identified that you see before you today identifies that there will need to be a refinement,
Right.
working in collaboration with Metrolinx around how many grade separations there will be.
Okay.
And the assumption being that there could be less.
That's good. So for Mr. Rossini, to the table on page 12 of the report, it talks about tax increment financing. How much of the proposed tax increment financing is anticipated to be derived from Eglinton West? And do we have, can we get the specific details as to how those numbers were arrived at globally?
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, the tax increment financing, the growth forecast are done in concentric circles around stations and lines. So I don't have it right in front of me in terms of how much is exactly because of this line versus that line.
Fair enough. Then I think that before councillors approve of a plan such as this, they will want to know that information. And will we be able to get that in advance of the meeting next week?
I'm getting positive nods that we can break out the forecast by area.
That would be very much appreciated. In regard to the table on page 10, which speaks to the annual costs of each of these arms of the Smart Track plan, I know that Finch West and Shepherd East, the plans are already laid out. I'm a little bit concerned why there essentially is no revenue forecast for Eglinton West. We're anticipating annual costs of $45 million, but when I see TBD, I'm a little concerned. And so why aren't those numbers there? Sorry, it's page 10 of the, just of the report, Rob.
Page 10 of the, sorry, Councilor, page 10 of the report or page 10 of Appendix 2?
No, page 10 of the staff report.
Okay.
19.1. It says the Eglinton Crosstown, Finch West, Shepherd East, Eglinton.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we have is on the gross cost estimates that you see in that chart, they have been developed by Metrolinx. Then what happened with Eglinton Crosstown, TTC did an analysis that also factors in the revenues that they would earn based on their ridership estimates, plus their bus savings, and that's why there is a net amount on the Eglinton Crosstown. That similar work has not yet been done, but will need to be done on the other LRT lines. So that's why there's TBDs over there.
Okay.
It's 39 incremental, sorry, it's 39 incremental dollars for a much higher level of transit.
Okay, so I guess, Mr. Wallace, this question would be for you. When I'm looking at attachment 5, Eglinton West, and on page 2, there's a chart. The chart shows the population at the various stops. It shows the anticipated growth to 2046. It shows the development potential to be low or moderate. I would like to put to you, I don't see the business case for building Eglinton West based on this information.
So to be very clear, we're responding to council direction to move this forward to the next stage, but otherwise refer the councillor to the chief planner.
Through the mayor, it's important to note that different transit infrastructure components play different roles in the overall network. A critical part of the role of the transit infrastructure along Eglinton West is to connect the larger transit network in Toronto through rapid transit into the airport corporate centre. The driver is not, in fact, the opportunity for intensification along the corridor as it might be in other areas of the city. It's also not about responding to an incredible amount of population density along the corridor. It is, in fact, about that critical connection to the airport corporate centre, as well as the airport, which are the, taken together, are the second largest destination in the region following the downtown.
So I appreciate that. And we had a presentation from staff earlier in the year that talked about the transit priorities in the whole city. East Bayfront, down by Etobicoke Lakeshore and Park Lawn. I know there's work being done on that. People have mentioned the downtown relief line, which is something about $7 billion or whatever. I'm wondering, my question is, why are we being asked to invest $1.1 billion on what is ostensibly a low priority line, given all of the other considerations?
Final question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the mayor, part of the exercise that we've been going through in our transit planning is using an evaluative framework to assess which projects are in fact the key priorities. So we have 25 projects in front of us that have been advanced by City Council. We put them through the evaluative framework that looks at everything from supporting affordable housing to supporting jobs to reducing the number of cars that are on the road. And in that framework, Eglinton West LRT comes out as one of our top priorities. It's one of the top 10 priorities. That's why it has been included in the 15-year transit network plan, because it is one of the top priorities based on that framework.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell, and thank you, Ms. Keesmaat. Next is Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. CFO, I'd like to focus on some finance questions. This report says that we are making a firm funding commitment to the planning and design and procurement preparation and a conditional commitment to the full cost of Smart Track. That's true? And that's what's contained.
That's correct, yes.
That's what's contained in the term sheet.
Yes.
So if I could look at slide 7 on the screen, I'm trying to understand the total commitment that we are being asked to make. So on page 7, it says that it's the summary term sheet. If I could ask the clerk's staff, could you put page 7 on the screen? So the summary term sheet, it says we're committing to Smart Track RER integration of 6 Smart Track stations plus the marginal operating and maintenance costs. So if I got this right, that in total, you're saying it's $3.7 billion, but $2 billion net for the city overall, and that to get us to stage 5, we are committing to $71 million over the next 2 years. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay.
71 is an estimate.
Okay.
You're actually committing to the actual cost it takes to get us there, which we think is 71 million.
Okay. And I want, the next line is plus marginal O&M operating and maintenance costs. And on page 7, or no, sorry, on another page, it also points out the operating and maintenance costs that are not included. It says these costs have not yet been determined. The incremental operating and maintenance costs. So what would those be? Could you give us some examples? They still need to be negotiated.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe you're referring to the O&M costs of Smart Track.
Yes.
So we are committing to, as we've said on slide 27,
Yes.
we show the O&M costs for
Yes.
the LRTs, but we are also committing to the O&M costs of the additional incremental costs of running those 6 additional stations.
Okay, so this is the operating costs of the stations only?
No.
Service, not. What could those additional costs be? And what is the potential range of those costs?
And Councillor, this is a very good question. We appreciate it, and we'd like to offer the opportunity for clarification and amplification on this. So it does include the stations, any of the operating or maintenance associated with the stations themselves, but we are also, on behalf of this, committing council, future council, to fund any marginal or incremental cost associated with RER Smart Track. For example, if they need to put on extra rolling stock, extra crew, extra
Okay,
maintenance
we're committed-
associated with that,
We
that
have
is part of
any
the
idea-
package.
Any idea what those costs are? No, okay. So to go back to the summary sheet, if I could. So we don't know, so we're committing to 71 million in the next 2 budget years for Smart Track, 2 billion overall, maybe, but we can get out if we want at certain stages, as long as we pay the sunk costs. But we're paying the O&M costs that we don't know. So the next set of bullets. So the Regional Express Rail, GO Transit growth-related capital costs, is at 60 million, correct? Grade separations, 62 million.
Yes, so those costs are all, through you, Mr. Mayor, summarized on slide 26, perhaps. That would be helpful if you put that on the...
And so the total of, what I'm trying to get is, what is the total cost we've committed to pay to the province of Ontario for these additional costs?
So the total of what you
Go.
see... So
RER.
through you, Mr. Mayor, so the total of the costs that you see on slide 26 would be 2.23 billion.
Okay, so 2.23.
Again, with the caveats in terms of
Caveat.
these are the numbers we understand at this point, cost to construct.
Yeah, I would also like to
Okay.
point out that we're going to go through the
I
various
just
stage gates, and at those stage
understand
gates,
that.
we will be refining,
I've only got 20 seconds.
and I know, but we will also be
I've got
refining the
20
O&M costs.
seconds left.
Oh, you shouldn't interrupt each other, please, with respect. All right,
So,
go ahead, Councillor
okay.
Davis.
On the operating costs, so we are looking as, on page 27, the operating costs that we anticipate for the LRTs we know are $215 million per year, correct?
That is just the gross cost.
Yes.
There will be
And-
obviously offsets with fare revenue and bus costs.
And this is your last question.
And finally, the Georgetown South project cost is 95 million.
That's correct, and
So
those
the total
are,
costs on this page.
No, I'm sorry, that
that
was
we're-
the last.
I want to know the total costs we're committing to
Okay.
in this,
All right.
this agreement.
And that will be the final question. Thank
so
you.
through you, again, it's the 2.23 billion, because the final 95 million that you referenced, we already have that in our budget under the conditional approvals that council gave in 2015 budget. So additional incremental commitments, 2.23 billion.
Okay.
95.5 million is already in our budgets.
Thank you, Mr. Rossini, and thank you, Councillor Davis, and Councillor Matlow is next.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, may I turn our attention to, in the appendix, page 12, and then bullet, the second bullet from the bottom, it says further investigation will be needed regarding potential infrastructure conflicts between the rail bridge widening required to accommodate a station straddling the Don River and the Don Valley Parkway and the vertical clearances required for the Garden Expressway ramp reconfiguration under the Hybrid 3 option approved by Council in March 2016. My question is it at all possible that by approving the rebuilding of the Gardner, the hybrid option, versus the Boulevard option, this might actually present a conflict in building a station at all at the Unilever site?
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe so. The planning on the Hybrid 3 is well known to all. The principal object in Metrolinx is to get some more storage, so the Wilson Yard, which is adjacent to the Hybrid 3, provides them some additional capacity that we would have to negotiate with them. In addition, there's an extra width of the Don River Bridge, and I think that's part of what we're alluding to, that's required for the additional RER program, Smart Track, and that planning is underway with Metrolinx as we speak.
But obviously it says further investigation. So do we know today that it is possible to build a station there?
Yes, we believe it is.
No, do we know?
Well, again, the question is a bit loaded.
No.
It is in this sense. Do we know exactly? The answer is no. Do we know that it's more than plausible?
No,
Yes.
By the way, I'm actually not trying to make a point.
Both of you, Councillor Matlow, he was in the middle of actually finishing his answer to your question, and you started up again, so I'll stop the...
So we have...
with all due
you
respect...
15 extra seconds.
No, with all due respect, there was a comment just made that the question was loaded. It was not loaded. It was actually very simple. The next
Why don't you ask it again, then? You and I won't quibble, and you can ask it, and he'll answer it.
No, the follow-up is simply, if we don't know just definitively that we know, can you provide that information to council when we vote on November 8th?
Well, we can certainly provide whatever information we have currently on that topic. And all I'm trying to say is there is lots of work to be remaining on these very specific widths and dimensions. But it's more than feasible to do this.
It's more than feasible, but I just want to know if we can or cannot, and I look forward to receiving that information definitively. My next question is, in 2012, when the master agreement was struck between the TTC Metrolinx and the city, it said in the master agreement that the maintenance and the operating of the light rapid transit lines proposed would be, to quote, the responsibility of Metrolinx. There was no ambiguity in that word that I could see. Moreover, when staff reported to council on their interpretation of the master agreement, and I have it in front of me, there's a financial impact page from the staff report for action on Metrolinx City of Toronto TTC master agreement. It reads, the city therefore, and this is city staff, has limited direct funding responsibility for these projects. However, under the terms of the master agreement and its schedules, the city can undertake certain contributions for infrastructure improvements and project works that could result in some, but as yet determined capital costs. The potential costs are as follows. Then it is clearly listed what those potential costs are, and nowhere in the staff interpretation does it mention operating or maintenance. So in other words, it was clear as day to any member of council or any member of public at that time that the city's interpretation at that time was that operating and maintenance would not be a burden to the city, and it would be the responsibilities, as said in the master agreement, of Metrolinx, therefore the province. What has changed in staff's interpretation between then and now? Also, if that interpretation had changed, why are we not only at the 11th hour, but really at the 12th hour, because November 8th is going to be past the November 3rd deadline, where council is put in a position, as is the public today, to be in a position to sort of be asked one question. Are you going to approve this or not? Are you going to move forward with transit projects or not? That's how it's been sort of suggested, rather than have the needed time to maybe give you more direction to even go back to the province and even push back. I'm not suggesting you haven't, but what happened?
There are a number of questions in that, and we're going to try and answer one very, very specifically, which is, as a matter of fact and as a matter of law, the interpretation of the agreement is very, very clear. Much of the language you refer to refers to capital costs. This is the operating and maintenance proportion of it. There are two critical constructs here. The first is the matter of law, which council will speak to in just a moment, but the other is a practical reality that we are dealing with the province of Ontario that has significant financial and other leverage. Our instructions from council was to move this forward. We have moved this forward as an integrated package. As part of any negotiation, there are gives and there are takes. Now, in terms of the very important matter of law, could we compel the province of Ontario to, having built us a $6 billion LRT, then pay for the TTC to operate it? This is an important question.
Yeah, I mean, from the legal perspective, you know, we would agree with the comments that are in the report that are currently before us right now. And that's just to the effect that the agreement does not speak to the question of responsibility for the operation and maintenance costs.
Well, what was the change?
That was...
No, but I mean, why did staff...
allow that?
There frankly is no, and just to be very clear, there frankly is no change. There is no interpretation. We have been working within the context of legal advice this entire time.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Matlow. I mean, if does anybody want to add anything? Because that was the final question. And if anybody wanted to add anything, nobody? Okay. That was his final question. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. To the Chief Financial Officer, the report speaks to potentially to using development charges as part of the funding. Would those be from a new development charge added on top of existing development charges or a reassignment of existing development charges?
It would be an increase to the development charge once we redo the bylaw to include this project.
Thank you
It would be
very
a
much.
Higher DC.
Thank you very much. The term sheet speaks in two places to the idea that if we want to provide additional frequency or our own trains or anything that is called Smart Track beyond GO RER, we pay additional capital costs and for the additional operating costs. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. We would pay incremental costs, yes.
So the 6 stations that are here, the reason we're paying for them is that they weren't part of the original Smart Track service concept, or sorry, RER service concept?
That's correct.
So what we're paying for here is to build the stations, not to have trains stop at them. Because you just told me that anything beyond the existing service concept is something not covered in this agreement and we would have to pay in addition. You also told me that the reason we're paying for these 6 stations is the RER service concept didn't see that these stations were necessary. So all we are paying for here is to build the stations, not to have trains stop at them.
Well, that's not correct. What we said.
Where was my reasoning wrong?
What we said in the previous questioning, and that what this the terms commit to, is that we pay 100% of incremental capital costs. That's been estimated net $2 billion.
Yes.
And we will pay 100% of the incremental operating and maintenance costs.
Which are not identified in here.
Which are not identified, but
That's
we know are
correct.
going to be
So
something
as I
more than
said,
zero.
we're paying to build stations and not to have trains stop at them.
No,
with what's in front of us here.
Through the mayor,
There would
in
be
fact-
additional costs if we want the trains to actually stop at these stations.
So, Mr. Mayor, we wouldn't build stations to have no one stop at them. What we're particularly interested in doing is providing stops, urban stops in Toronto that is a more urban service, providing greater service to the citizens of Toronto. That's the object.
Thank you very much, Mr. Livy. The TIFs. The TIFs assume taking a portion of the new property tax paid by people who do not currently live here or businesses that are not currently here and are in that zone. These would be the same property taxes that we would normally use to provide services to those new residents and businesses. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct, and that's why we've shown 3 illustrations. What if we didn't do a TIF? What if we used only 50%? And what if we used all of it?
Right, and you've recommended 50%. What pays for the other 50% of services that would go to these new residents and businesses?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, that's why we are leaning towards the 50% to leave some incremental growth revenues to pay for precisely what you're saying.
So you're assuming that the new people and new businesses that move here will consume half as many public services as the people who are currently living and working here? Okay.
We haven't
I'll
done
take
that.
that as your answer. Did you answer? Yes, I wanted to ask to follow up something the city manager said in his presentation. The numbers here do not include any risk costs, and I understand this will be done through Infrastructure Ontario, so they would use the risk cost modeling that they typically use, and doesn't include financing costs. On just sort of an order of magnitude basis, would those typically increase the numbers that we see in front of us here by 1 to 2%, 10 to 20%, or 100 to 200%? Just an order of magnitude.
Certainly not by double, but it will be a factor of a third or something like that if we go in terms of the basic cost to construct versus the cost to add risk and other elements. And I might add that you are entirely correct. There will be additional costs associated with the provision of the actual transit. And frankly, we would hope those costs would be real because they would be reflective of the additional ridership and use.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So
If I
speaking
may,
of additional
on that
ridership,
point, we have also included a 50% contingency in the costs that are in there. So these costs include a 50% contingency.
so whose answer is correct? The city manager that I should look at these and increase them by a third?
Both
or-
are correct.
That's correct? Okay,
We've taken
fine.
a
That's all I
base
needed then.
cost
That's all I needed
Greater
then.
than 50%, because right now we do not have precisely those costs that the city manager.
Thank you very much. To the TTC, it's understood here that we're picking up a whole lot of new operating costs when the Eglinton Light Rail line comes on. Will you be able to offset those costs 100%, including the cost of all new riders that you say you will be attracted to this line through efficiencies in current service, or will it have an impact on service or fares down the road?
This line will open about 5 years from now, and yes, it will have an impact on fares and services at that point in time, and we've got the 5 years to determine what that is and how that would be funded.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Councillor Nunziata.
Some of my questions have been answered, so I just have a couple of questions. First of all, so the city of Mississauga and the GTAA, they haven't confirmed their interest as of yet?
We have not yet entered into formal negotiations with the city of Mississauga or the GTAA.
So no firm? No.
The answer is no, we do not.
Okay, so what happens if they don't?
That is one of the, so it will be in their interest to do so. This, as the chief planner indicated, is an integral part of the plan. We're quite confident that we can make progress on this, but this is one of the reasons why we have a stage-gated process.
Okay. Now, on recommendation 7, as far as the chief planner continue to work in partnership with the TTC and the province. In number A and B, there have been a number of public meetings that were held along the line, along the Eglinton line west, and at those meetings that we were told that we were going to have updates and have and continue to have public consultation along the line. That will be happening?
Through the mayor, that's absolutely correct. That will be happening once we have things to report. The process to date has been determining the roles between the city and Metrolinx. That has now been clarified as per the term sheet that you have in front of you. The intention by Metrolinx is, in fact, to fully initiate the process by spring of 2017.
Now, there were a number of recommendations and concerns at the community, the meetings I attended that had issues. So that will all be incorporated into your report when you do your report?
Through the mayor, that's absolutely correct. It will be a Metrolinx-led process, but city planning staff will be working very closely with Metrolinx to ensure that there's continuity from the work that's been undertaken to date so that that's not repeated.
Okay, thank you. Now, I don't know if someone can answer this question. We're going back, and I believe that Councillor Mahavik asked that question. As far as the former Kodak land, the maintenance facility, is the cost that's incorporated in this report, is part of that cost the cost for the maintenance facility at the Kodak land? Because when we had our community meetings, when we had our community meetings, and Councillor DeGiorgio, you attended, is that we were told that the reason for the need for the full 54 acres at the time was for the extension of the Eglinton line west, and that we were able to get them to negotiate to not use the full site. So that cost is not incorporated in that cost?
I hear you, Mr. Mayor. If you're referring to the capital cost to construct that facility, no, that capital cost is part of the 100% capital cost covered by the province to build the Eglinton Crosstown.
But there will be a cost to the city on that site as well.
Are you referring to an operating cost
Yes.
to run to run and maintain?
Well, the maintenance facility, yes.
Or if the chief planner can step in.
I don't know. I just need clarification on this.
Through the mayor, it's important to note that in the design of that facility that the assumption of future LRT lines was taken into account. We did some due diligence on this when we were looking at the Eglinton East extension, and it's our understanding is that the intention was for that to be a much larger facility, assuming both the Eglinton East and the Eglinton West extensions being built out. So we can assume that there is some costs that are already absorbed in the overall budgeting for the facility. Of course, that will require refinements.
Okay, thank you. And just to staff or to mayor, are we going to the mayor, are we going in camera on the Georgetown South project? The confidential report?
Well, there'd been no, I mean, there's obviously a confidential attachment, and so to the extent people want to ask questions or otherwise explore that, then we would do that, but,
Yeah, I do have questions on the in-camera report.
okay.
That
Well, we'll,
affects my...
I assume it makes sense to perhaps go through.
Yes, I
these
just wanted to
questions
ask
and
the
then-
question, yeah.
Thank you.
you.
So you have concluded then, Councillor Nunziata, except for that? You're done? Okay, thank you very much. Ahead to Councillor Cole.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a couple questions. First one, and I don't see it in the report, but I just want to make sure I haven't missed it. I know there was speculation that the province was trying to look to renegotiate the Presto agreement we had signed with them. That is not, that is still intact, I'm assuming, despite these negotiations.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. That is not in the term sheet in front of you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Can I get just, there's the one of the numbers that kind of stands out to me, which I need maybe a bit of context to, is the $60 million in funding for GO capital expansion. And not to get into kind of like all the details of negotiations, I understand it's a give and take. Can you give some context to why, what the rationale is that the City of Toronto is to pay that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so this dates back to the local services realignment changes that were done in 1998 and subsequent regulations that the province required 905 regions in the City of Toronto to contribute to the growth-related capital expansion budgets and plans of GO Transit. There was also a subsequent arrangement that we had entered into the City of Toronto with council approval to pay $20 million a year up to and including 2015, 16, and 17, all per the agreements and the regulation. We had suspended that because we had felt we were paying too much. What we have been able to successfully negotiate as part of this deal is to get something tangible in return for that $60 million, i.e. the 2 stations on the Barrie line at Bloor Davenport and Spadina, and also we have capped our contributions to just those $60 million up till 2024, 2025. The province has extended the regulation requiring GO municipal payments for capital expansion, but we have managed to cap our contributions to that $60 million and got 2 things in return.
And that was a highly technical and highly accurate answer, but there's a broader framing answer to this, which is implicit in your question, which this takes place against the legal and financial backdrop of the post-98 arrangements. Okay, great. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. Just final question, and not to belabor the point about operating and, you know, the agreement that was in place, and certainly in this building and around town, so to speak, it had been repeated over and over again that Metrolinx, the province, is covering the full cost of operating, say, the Eglinton Crosstown or any of the other LRT lines. Based on the language in, I think it was their last budget, and this agreement, it seems clear that that was never the province's intent, and that there was not a willingness on their part to do that. Is again, not to get into the back and forth of a negotiation, but is it safe to assume that this is evidence that the province, in fact, never was or did not consider that to be the case? It's, of course, hard to have complete visibility into the province's state of mind at all points in time, but in general, that would be a notable departure from the post-98 policy stance we were just discussing. And if the province were actually proposing to fund 100% of operating and maintenance of local transit, they probably would have put out a press release and been fairly explicit about that, particularly in the 2012 pre-election period, the type of thing they might reasonably have drawn attention to if that had actually been their intention.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Now, that's all the members who are not. Did you have a question?
I'll be very.
Yeah, no problem. You're here. Welcome, and there you go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I was looking at the tax increment revenue projections on Table 3 and Table 4, and I'm trying to understand what this means. What this would look like on an annual basis, because I'm looking at our assessment growth percentages from 2012 to 2016, arguably some of our best years. and I'm trying to compare it to them. What does this mean on an annual basis would be the assessment growth of either the city, what we're assuming the city will be, and the TIF and the TIF capture areas?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's an excellent question, because I had asked my staff for that same question. It comes out to about a 0.3%. That the extra growth that we think is going to happen in the TIF zones because of Smart Track will increase assessment growth by about 0.3 of 1 percentage point.
So is that 0.3% citywide?
It's equivalent to increasing the tax base of the city by 0.3. And that should be, as the projections show, sufficient to fund it, except for that gap period.
Now, how does 3% compare to our last?
No, not 3%.
0.3%.
So 0.3.
So let me just, so half of 0.68, roughly half of the 2014 value, correct?
So through Mr. Mayor, so the 0.3, those are the annuals that's happened since 2012. We've been averaging about 1% assessment growth. The incremental growth forecasted because of Smart Track would increase that by about 0.3. So if we were always getting 1% growth, now we would get 1.3%.
So the difference
on average over
between
this 25-year period.
and the difference between 1 and 0.3 is roughly the difference between 2013 and 2016, and the difference there is $15 million a year.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure where you're...
So I'm trying to determine what 0.3 equals to in $1 million, like in millions.
So it's what we've said, it's about $3.5 million a year that it's growing by, and then there's compounding as well. But in nominal dollars.
3 million the first year, 6 million the next year.
3.5.
9 million.
3.5, 7, 10.5.
So how many years do the good times roll there? How many years are we expecting that type of growth to continue in
The
that?
forecast goes out for 25 years.
So for how many of those years is it compounded? Is it compounded for all of those 25 years we're going to experience the same level of growth?
So we showed on page 22 of the presentation what is in fact a stylized or idealized curve. We all know that curves do not necessarily work like that, but you can see the incremental, the compounding effect associated with that. And you can also see, and the Deputy City Manager, Chief Financial Officer was crystal clear about this, it is back-end loaded.
And as my last question, Councillor Davis wanted to know what color will the trains be on the LRT?
I've asked it every time. We're paying for them, we're operating them. What color will they
We're not at liberty to share. We're not at liberty to share that information with you.
As now that they're not militarized
Okay.
color.
Are there any other members?
There's a term in the sheet that says that branding is to be determined.
Were there any other members of council not on the committee that wanted to ask questions? Okay. That would bring us to Councillor Pasternak first then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we should revisit this idea of giving visitors, councillors, the first right of refusal for questions, because community members who are committed to this committee are getting the crumbs often. But that's a discussion for another time. On page 14 of the report, staff are pointing out that if Smart Track project is carried through to completion, the city will also be committed to 100% of its operating and maintenance costs. With a hodgepodge of provincial stations and city stations and trains that are probably provincially operated and tracks that might be paid for originally by the city, how on earth will you figure out where you get this 100% and whether it's 100% of everything or 100% of what we've contributed?
The basic contract approach is 100% of the marginal or incremental cost. There's a variety of mechanisms in the term sheet about how we determine that, including dispute resolution processes. But as with any large, complicated financial agreement, whether or not with the province or with any other contractor, this will be something we'll need to sort out over time.
All right, so subject to future negotiations. Now, on page 10, there's a reference to savings on the Eglinton Crosstown LRT with bus operating and maintenance savings. Certainly when the Spadina University extensions open next year into Vaughan, we're hoping to take 200 buses off the road that are going to and from York University, the Express Rockets. Why are we only referring to savings through bus operating and maintenance? Why aren't we reducing the capital, the bus orders, which still remain, the last time I looked at it, about $1 billion in back orders of buses?
So the estimate there is the operating budget impact, sorry, not necessarily the capital budget impact. There are buses that will be removed. It's not just buses on Eglinton. The whole service in that general area will be looked at. And there's about $35 million worth of service. There's a portion in there for bus replacement on an annual basis, so it's factored into those numbers on an annual basis. We could split them out between strict what's going to the operating budget, what's going to capital, but it's intended to factor both those things in there.
My question is, you're still buying the same amount of buses as if the Eglinton Crosstown and the Spadina University extension didn't exist.
No, that's...
You haven't revisited your capital purchases.
So, in fact, if you saw, if you go to our capital budget that was approved by council last year, there is a reduction in 2021 of buses commensurate with this. So that's already been built into our capital budget. It's been built into it for several years.
We can see that number going down when the budget papers come out.
Yes, sir.
So, when it comes to the, and I know it's mentioned a few times, when it comes to the maintenance and operating, as you know, the debate over the years of the Scarborough subway extension was particularly brittle because of the argument of some against a subway that the province would pay for the initial capital outlay as well as maintenance and operating. And I guess city staff saw these debates, and some of the people arguing against the Scarborough subway were coming to staff to help write motions. At what point did staff realize that, in fact, they weren't going to pay for maintenance and operating of our LRT lines?
I'm going to be direct here. This is a negotiation and the outcome of a negotiation. This is not something that would have been, the first choice. It's very clear from the province's overall fiscal position, from its budgetary stance, from the information it's put in the public, that this is a precondition of the overall package. We have looked at this, and from a staff perspective, we have assessed that the net impact is $39 million in terms of the area we have an ability to cost and to frame out. We understand that we do not have a particularly strong legal case or other case to force the province. We put that into the mix, and we're able to deliver you at this point for your consideration an overall package. I note with respect, but also firmly, that $39 million is not just associated with an existing level of transit, but really a fairly spectacular improvement.
Just have one very
capital costs.
I've got to squeeze in one very quick question. The debt ceiling, based on the package before us to the CFO, how do we sit regarding the debt ceiling and what's before us?
So part of the recommendation 14 says to refer all of this to the budget process, and that's one of the things that we will have to look at. We are undertaking measures and changing our financial forecast in the budget to create some budget room, some debt room, and one of the things now we will have to overlay this financing plan and to see what the impacts will be, and that's what we'll be coming back and reporting through the budget process.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this is a question many neighborhoods, parts of the city would like an answer to. Some of those neighborhoods I represent. So I think the Chief Planner, you've said many times in the past that Smart Track and the relief line together will relieve congestion on our transit system? I don't think she's listening to me. Sorry, this question's for you. Or actually, anybody can answer it, but I'm assuming the chief planner would answer this question. So you've said many times in the past that Smart Track and the relief line work together to relieve congestion on our transit system. Do you still agree with that statement? So can you explain, give us a bit of detail why that is? I think a lot of residents would like to hear this.
Sure. It's critical through the mayor to recognize that the modeling that we've undertaken in order to generate ridership numbers in support of, in understanding how to advance a variety of different transit projects included both the relief line as well as Smart Track. It's important to note that Smart Track, particularly if we look at the northern stations in Scarborough, are in fact driven not by adjacent densities, but are driven by the bus network and the high ridership that exists on the bus network. So the one-trip transfer becomes a critical way for people to move about the city in the suburbs. And the Smart Track actually provides that connection in various parts of the city. Relief Line plays a very different role in the city's infrastructure. Its primary and most important role being to relieve some of the overcapacity issues that we have on the Yonge Line, particularly at Interchange Station. Building Smart Track does not preclude the necessity of building out the second phase of the relief line north of Bloor Street as well. Our model has also demonstrated this. The challenge we have right now is that we have significant gaps in our transit infrastructure, and the solutions that we need are not, there's no one magic project that solves all of our challenges. We need different infrastructure solutions to respond to a different of infrastructure deficiencies.
So just to be crystal clear, I think what you're saying is we need both, not one or the other.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And because as I say, every day of every week, I hear more and more about volume issues on line 1 and reliability issues, no matter where I travel in the city. Can you verify that building Smart Track does not impact the timeline of the relief line? Because that's another kind of pressing issue for residents of this city, or certainly residents that I represent.
Through the mayor, it's important to note that back in 2013, we identified a timeline for building the relief line that was based on the need to generate additional capacity by 2031. It's important to note that automatic train control, which is going to be coming online soon, is going to increase significant capacity, and that's why we would in fact our modeling shows that we don't need the relief line immediately, although we're in a little window of time before automatic train control comes online where we do have that overcapacity problem. We have not delayed the planning of the relief line in any way, and we are thrilled, in fact, to have the announcement from the province earlier this year that the province also sees it as a key priority with respect to the regional transit, and as a result is putting $150 million towards advancing the relief line. So we have continued to pace as per our work program, other than the slight delay that I indicated earlier around looking at the alignment, the Pape-Coxwell alignment question, and we will be reporting out in Q1 of 2017 with respect to that alignment.
Okay, so again, just to reiterate, that you're saying that none of this, particularly the Smart Track, will not delay planning to the relief line?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Bilo.
Okay. I have a number of questions. The first one is on page 3 of the report, it does say that we would have to make the province whole if we change or alter the project scope. Do we have the same happening to us if they decide to not move ahead?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. That's part of the term sheet, yes.
Okay, fantastic. And we are committing, as of today, is it the 288 million or the 71 million that you have on page 9?
The upfront costs is
71?
correct.
Okay.
And again, that's
Next.
an estimate.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
been very clear that that's an estimate. We currently understand that to be 71.
Yeah. The province has also been doing other LRT projects in Ottawa, Mississauga, Hamilton, you name it.
Yes.
Are they paying for any of those operating costs in those cities?
Not as far as we know.
Okay. So with regards to the smart track and the difference, correct me if I'm wrong, what I understood was RER is the stations that were announced before service for 15 minutes. What we're getting by investing this money is 6 extra stations, 11 other stations on Eglinton, and 7-minute service. Is that correct?
I'm not going to confirm the minutes of service, everything else for sure.
6 to 8 minutes, yes.
So 6 to 8 minutes. So we have increased services, 11 more stations on Eglinton, plus the 6 stations that serve the corridor. Okay, with regards to the station specifically, Liberty Station, you talk about the King High Line concept. Are you going to be looking at this as part of the EA for the station? To connect Liberty Village into the station? One of the concerns has been that there's no connection.
Through the mayor, that's correct. We will be.
Okay. Bloor and Lansdowne, there was a caveat, I thought, when it was announced that the city would have to pay for the connection, the pedestrian. Now, we are paying somewhat already. How is that discussion proceeding? Is that still a question mark, or we're done?
Through the mayor, that's still a question mark that needs to be resolved.
Okay, so that question mark needs to be resolved, but we have the payment that we owed the province anyways for the last 3 years that could continue but is not continuing is already going towards that.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So the other question is Union Station. With all this increase, how is the discussion with Union Station? Who's paying for what? How is that discussion proceeding?
Mr. Mayor, just to go back in time just a little bit, the Smart Track concept, integration with RER, assumes one particular detail of Union Station, not as it's currently constructed, but for through service at Union Station, so that if I'm riding from Scarborough to Mount Dennis, I don't get out of my seat. Union Station, I understand the configuration does not currently provide for that. We have made that request. Within the term sheet is a condition that we have continued review of that ability to have through service at Union Station. And because it is part of the details of the service for Smart Track.
Through the mayor, I'll just add that there is in fact a tremendous amount of work that's being undertaken that's led by Metrolinx, and that city planning staff are a part of those working groups to advance the interests that Peter has identified.
Okay. Going back to the stations, who's going to lead the EA for the Liberty Village, the environmental assessment, that's TPAP, for the Liberty Village station?
Through the mayor, through the mayor, all of the TPAPs for the stations will in fact be led by Metrolinx with input and participation from city planning staff, but they will all be led by Metrolinx.
But we're going to be part of the working group. So things like, for example, the Bloor and Lansdowne, making sure that it is connected to the rail path, because I've heard that there's going to be part of the EA. Will that happen? Is that part of the EA for the Bloor and Lansdowne station?
Absolutely, it is part of the EA, and we are working very closely with Metrolinx around the scope of those environmental assessments precisely for that reason. And you'll notice in the appendix in the report around stations, we have already identified a series of considerations for each of the stations, including the road right-of-way where the access to the stations should occur, comments with respect to cycling. We indicate where connections are required to pedestrian networks. We see that as a critical role that city planning needs to play in ensuring that it's fully integrated into the fabric of the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of financial commitments, just to be crystal clear, the province has committed $3.7 billion, and to break it down in terms of electrification and track construction, 100% of the capital.
That's correct.
In terms of the 2 new stations, that have been proposed in the report, they are also committing to pay 100% of it.
That's correct.
In terms of the LRTs, that's for the Eglinton Crosstown, the Finch, and the Shepherd LRTs, they are committing to pay 100% of the capital as well.
That's correct.
Now, on the city side, in terms of the operations and the day-to-day maintenance, the city will be responsible to pay for the maintenance in the operation for the LRTs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In terms of the farebox revenue overall, will the city get 100% of the revenue?
That is correct.
Great, thank you. Now, my next question is with regards to the stations. Now, in terms of integration and coordinating of, and I'm referring to the St. Clair station, there are two environmental assessments taking place right now. One is the environmental assessment, and that's for the transportation master plan on St. Clair. That's been underway for the last 3 or 4 years. And the next one is, of course, with the smart track and environmental assessment that's underway. Now, to achieve a level of cohesiveness and to improve the multimodal transportation integration in the area, wouldn't be a good idea to have that level of coordination and integration? My question is to Mr. Notaro, because I've been having some discussions with him, and I'm going to be actually bringing a recommendation forward. So from that perspective, in terms of working together between Metrolinx and also our transportation staff, would that be in order to bring that recommendation forward?
Through the mayor, yes, it would. And in fact, we do mention in the report the importance of that coordination, but highlighting that is critical so that all of this work advances in parallel.
Thank you so much. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Councillor Thompson.
This has been a very important issue in my community. This is what's being proposed by, as part of the agreement. This is a Scarborough Golf Club road. And so my question is, what are the criteria in terms of making these determinations? And while I put Scarborough Golf Club, I also put the at-grade that's being recommended for both Morningside, which is this area here, on the right, and also Galloway on the left. There's approximately 7,000 vehicles that are traveling in those areas, at least in the Scarborough Golf Club Road. And now I put the location in my ward here, and also Councillor Kelly, or the bordering areas. This is the 401. I don't know if you can see it clearly. There's a red dot there. That's Kennedy Road. There's 40,000 vehicles plus on a daily basis. The 401 is just to the north. William Kitchen Road is on the east side. This is this road area here. It's a city road going through a private development, lots of trucks. And just at Progress here, which is the area that we're looking at the at-grade, you've got Atlanta Packaging, which has a paper mill here and another larger one to this side. About one truck every 4 minutes is passing. To the right, to the east, is Midland, and probably another 25,000 vehicles traveling this area. I wanted to understand the criteria for putting this particular recommendation as an at-grade that's being recommended by Metrolinx, and these two, which is Galloway and Morningside. How is that possible that we can make this determination to suggest that you put at-grades here but not at Progress and Kennedy area?
So, Mr. Mayor, to answer the question first, it's not city staff that have done the determination. It's been Metrolinx as the operator of the rail facility that is assuming its responsibility to protect citizens against fatal crashes. So it's a combination. They call it an exposure index. It's both the number of cars and pedestrians crossing from communities, but it's also the number of trains, the frequency, the record of collisions, the geometry, the sight lines, et cetera. They do an exposure index, and they use that exposure index to guide them in their priorities for making these investments. They've only come forward with 5. We believe in the city that there are many more, almost 16 in total in the city that are at exposure levels that Metrolinx ought to be considering, and we would recommend more for them to initiate.
I appreciate that, and then thank you very much for the answer. But when I look at this golf course here,
Yeah.
which is what it is on with a red roof building, I wonder how many people are actually walking there. There are no residential properties that provide access. As you can see, there are no sidewalks.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, is this basically, as you just said in terms of the criteria, I'm wondering, does this have to do more with costs than as it relates to this area here, where in fact we have people walking to work and people driving in this area,
Right.
lots of traffic. I don't understand the basis of the criteria then, because if that is in fact the case, it would mean that this area here would qualify.
So, and again, one more time.
My question is why, and I know it's not
One more
you.
time, it's an exposure index based on the frequency of collisions that they've experienced in the past, the configuration. Vehicles in particular are ones that they are concerned about, so I think they give a greater weighting to the vehicle crashes that they've observed.
So people going to the golf course having accidents with the trains? Okay, you don't have to answer that. So I guess a question, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'm just wondering, where is the federal government? The questions around what the provincial government contribution will be and the city's contribution in P3s and so on. I'm just wondering, where is the federal government in terms of potential funding for any of the proposals that are here?
I don't think I'm allowed to answer your questions, am I?
No, I'm
Like
just
somebody else could, perhaps Mr.
The question's through you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we're 2 points. We recognize that the federal government has made a political commitment to Smart Track. What this report assumes is a 33% federal commitment at a very conservative level, thinking that that's what we know of, where the monies would come from under a Phase 2 federal funding formula, and that's all we know right now. If we happen to know more...
Clawback. Is there a potential of a clawback of any kind? Is there a potential of a clawback? Should the federal government put money in, will the province say, we will reduce our contribution at all?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have some questions on recommendation 10, which is through the going through the 2017 budget process. So for 2017, it looks like there will be, I wouldn't say minimal impact, but it's a manageable impact to capital for the 2017 budget process. It's approximately $9.3 million net. Would that be correct?
Yes.
This page, I'm looking at page 9 of the deck that City Manager. And then, of course, 2018, it increases with a $71 million. So really what we're looking at here, it's reasonably manageable, 2017-18. What we're talking about here is the overlaying of the capital expenditure over the 10-year plan. Is that correct? Yeah, I think it mentioned
That's correct. We've done a couple things. So the 17-18, that's the commitments we're making. We probably actually won't, the financial impacts on that, we can control, depending on how we want to finance things. It's the 10-year one that will be, that we will have to come back and assess throughout the capital program.
So I think, and I think everybody remembers that lovely iceberg pic that the city manager showed us. What we're really doing is adding on to our capital backlog or priorities. Is that correct?
No, that's actually not correct. We're not adding on to it because the Smart Track at that point was unfunded. It was part of that.
That was part, oh, okay.
We're
so
actually taking something off by funding it.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess maybe that's good news. To the city manager, we're doing one of the other things that's coming to us in about a month is the long-term financial plan, and part of that is going to be looking at a number of different options for revenue tools. I'm assuming that this will be part of the conversation or decisions that will be coming out of that process with council?
Absolutely, and in any practical sense, we'll need to look at revenue tools potentially to deal with some of the issues in 2017 and 2018, as well as to deal with the longer-term capital challenges faced by the city.
Okay. So again, I've heard this, and you've mentioned about this property tax equivalent. We have every opportunity to look at other options out of that process.
Absolutely.
Just a question to the Director of Planning. One of the, or a couple of the deputants mentioned our priorities in transit planning and the relief line, the Eglinton East LRT. This, of course, is not part of the priorities, but can you just comment, and I think you've already mentioned that in fact the Eglinton LRT is still a priority for the city?
Through the mayor, that's correct. We're moving ahead and advancing the planning for the Eglinton, both east and west LRT.
Okay. And I guess last question. This is coming about probably because, I guess the question is, the province was going to be going ahead with RER regardless of whether or not we were going to be wanting to add Smart Track to this. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, really what we're doing, and it's really taking advantage of an investment that the province was already going to be making, which was, $7 billion investment. Out of that, we're going to be paying $2 billion. It's a pretty good investment from your perspective?
That's correct. And the Smart Track RER is of course, the heavy rail, and then we're expanding that to include also the construct of the Eglinton line as well.
Okay, thank you.
All done then, Councillor Crawford? Yeah. Thank you very much. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the Chief Financial Officer. So what is the total debt that we're contemplating taking on? What was it,
2 billion.
2 billion. And when does that one-time increase in property taxes kick in? What year? If we were to go with the one-time increase?
In Appendix 2, we put just an illustration of if we did it under regular debenturing, and it would kick in that 2022 to 2025 period. We have also said what we are going to look at is, can we do a bond, a debt instrument that's better matched to when revenues come in? Right. And if that's possible, it not only reduces the impact to about 2% from 3%, but would also push it out.
Right. And if it were a one-time increase, what would it be, 4% right up front? Say in 2022?
The question was asked, what if there was no...
Yeah, no tax increment.
No tax increment financing. The report has that number as well. It's 3.9%.
Yeah, 4%. Okay. So have we looked at possibility of, because we've done this in the past, rather than have a one-time increase, we might face the increases in, let's say, 0.5% increase for 5 or 6 years or whatever, to look at that option?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's all options that are on the table.
Okay, and we'll look at that later on, I gather, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think I have all my answers. And just one final clarification question. You basically said that, if I understood correctly, that these lines, these transit lines, will have an effect of increasing our property tax base in total, the whole base, by about 0.3%. Is that correct? I think you said 0.3%.
So,
rather than just focus on the property tax increases along those lines.
Right. So actually, I had a number of numbers in front of me. The forecast growth for the TIF zone is about 0.3%.
Oh, that's just a TIF zone?
The whole TIF zone.
But what if we were to make an assumption that it might have an impact?
I apologize if I gave the wrong answer. I wasn't quite sure what that question was then. So it's the entire TIF zone, 0.3.
Right.
The increment, if you add Smart Track, is about a 0.1.
If you add Smart Track, it's 0.1 only. Goes down?
Yes. Without Smart Track, it's about a 0.3. If you add Smart Track, it increases it by a 0.1. And that's the incremental revenues that you would use, because there's going to be growth there anyway. The TIF does not use those revenues. It only uses the forecast over and above.
Then. Is there any chance or likelihood that, in fact, the building of these lines will result in incremental buildings elsewhere? In other words, is there a ripple effect that one could assume happens? There might be additional growth.
I guess that's always possible. We haven't modeled that.
Okay, thank you.
There's also a displacement, of course, the growth that might have happened elsewhere is drawn into the TIF zone.
And that we have modeled, and we're only factoring the net difference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff. And I'm just going to follow up on some questions that Councillor Thompson was speaking about. And as with his word, it was the same in mine in regard to the level crossings. So if you can go to attachment 3, which is the RER grade separations. And I was just reading through this one. We've been on top of it with staff, and I understand that Metrolinx is currently looking at 21 level crossings where the roads intersect Metrolinx GO corridors. So as you were saying, Mr. Libby, in terms of these, but they've only recommended 5. So is it your understanding that they're going to move to 16, or are you trying to maybe ask them to do that, or if you could explain that a little more, that'd be great.
So, Mr. Mayor, yes, we have been in lots of conversations with Metrolinx about grade separations and crossings. We believe that there are a number in the city, 16 in the city, that warrant grade separations and that ought to be on Metrolinx's list. They're in the process of, identifying these 5 and looking at the additional ones that we've looked at. They've obviously got to consider the implications here outside of the city as well, so that they've got exposures that they have to deal with outside of the city as well. And so it's a process where we just said we get the 5, and we have to get their support for additional grade separations that are badly needed in the city.
Okay, and so as of this report, there's 5 that are, what's the difference between those ones and the other ones that they're recommending then, just for clarity?
These are the ones with either high volumes or high incidence of accidents where they feel that their service exposes a risk that they can't bear, so they've got to put in a grade separation. Like I said, we'd like to see additional grade separations added to that list.
And then, so in terms of the other ones, I'm just trying to understand what's written here in the report. So for roads with lower traffic volumes or other available roads, Metrolinx is proposing potential road closures. So is that for the other 16, or are these other routes?
No, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe there may be, out of the 21, there may be 4 or 5 that have got very, very low volumes, and they'll propose, and we'll have to react to the feasibility of this a road closure. They've done that in several instances already, as you know. But the bulk of them, I believe, they're significant enough roads. And if you look at the Steeles Corridor, for example, Passmore, McNichol, Huntington, Progress, Danforth Avenue all warrant a grade separation if these volumes of RER traffic, and even the existing condition warrants, I believe, grade separations.
Great. And so, as you mentioned, Danforth Road, that one is the one in Ward 35, nearing the boundary, but there's obviously great concern with that one. It's in my ward, and so that's not going to see a road closure, is it?
No,
No,
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Holland. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. So historically, for cost-sharing arrangements, all levels of government have contributed for the capital costs, right?
So if you're referring to, Councillor, a historical capital cost, historically, yes, on major transportation projects, municipalities had been expected to provide a contribution, and historically, we outline that on page 15 of the report.
And then the city has ownership and covers the operating, maintenance, and life cycle costs.
That's correct, yes.
And recent examples of this, can you provide some?
The TYSSE, the Shepherd subway line, those would be recent examples of where, and the Scarborough subway extension. Those are all capital cost shared. We're making a capital contribution, and that the city is assuming 100% of operating, maintenance, and life cycle costs.
And do you have kind of a rough average as to how much the city put in for those? What percentage?
About 29%.
29%. And so compared to this, what's proposed today, do you think that this is a better deal than historically what we've had?
Yes, how we outline on Table 10 on page 15 of the report, the capital comes out to about 15%, so less than the 29. And while, yes, we are assuming 100% of operating and maintenance, the province is assuming 100% of the life cycle cost, which is not something they would have done under the previous transit lines.
Okay, and so we're looking at TIFs for financing of this and development charges. And you're saying that all options, or someone said, maybe it was you, city manager, all options are on the table for financing. So when we discuss revenue tools, that scintillating conversation we're going to have next month, I can hardly wait. So we can talk about specifically allocating some of those tools to transit.
Yes, there will be strain on the revenue tool conversation because we need to deal with both operating issues and future capital issues as well.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Shiner.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Can I just understand the TIFs? We're saying use 50% of that. Are the TIFs based on only additional development that would happen because of the transit plan?
So the TIF is based on just actual physical new development, bricks and mortars, new condos.
But is it only based on that would happen because of the transit plan?
Yes, which is an estimate, yes.
So you're saying that if we...
Absolutely clear, it's based on an estimate or a model of that. And that's how we then allocate the TIF, and then we collect the TIF on the basis of that model.
Correct.
So the reverse of that would be that this development would, in your estimation, not happen without the transit network?
Correct.
On the basis of the model, correct, yes.
Okay. This is a public transportation network across the city that we're planning, am I correct?
That is the plan brought forward by City Planning Cluster B and confirmed by Council, and this is the next step.
And it's needed to address the development that's happening citywide?
That is correct.
So why would it not apply to all development for development charges citywide?
Oh, the development charges that we're proposing would be a citywide development charge, yes.
Right,
Much
but
like
why-
what we did with Shepherd and TYSS.
But why not the full, it's a discounted development charge, as I was reading in here.
Pardon me, excuse me?
Is it a discounted development charge?
No, it would be the full development charge as calculated for TYSSE and Scarborough as per the legislation.
So the plan is $2 billion our cost. How much of the $2 billion is going into development charges?
So we are thinking that it's about $440 million over the 25-year period. On a present value basis, about $250 million.
So explain to me why it's $440 million out of the $2 billion cost.
Again, if you look at when we did the Scarborough and the TYSSE DC, you can never get 100% growth recovery because when you build infrastructure of this sort, you have to segregate, one, what are the grants? You have to segregate non-growth benefits and benefits to growth. And it's always shared because anybody can hop on a new transit line, both the existing community and new development. So you have to go through the whole development charge calculation process of determining how much of this infrastructure benefits new growth, how much benefits existing community.
Except that every time there's a report on development talks about the places to grow. Places to grow is based on an intensification plan. Intensification is what's pushed upon the city to do. That needs a transit plan. This is the transit plan for that. So you know the dots I'm trying to connect.
Yes.
Why can't we connect more of those dots? Because the city's been growing based on the needs that are only partially covered in this plan and shouldn't have grown without this being in place. We've already identified that. So why aren't we placing more of an emphasis on the development charges?
So we've had those discussions with the province in 1997 when amendments were made to the Development Charges Act. We highlighted the problems with that act. There were recent developments, recent changes to that act. We did get some improvements. There's no longer a 10% credit for transit.
I'm only looking
We haven't
for...
overcome all those other hills that you're...
So we should, in our opinion, have more of this charge to development charges. It's just that we're not getting that agreement from the provincial level. And I have some other questions. Am I right?
In the recent development charge discussions and consultations, the municipal community, including Toronto, wanted more favorable changes. We did not get them.
Okay, so we should be. How are we addressing the citywide planning right across the entire transit network that's going in a comprehensive manner? Is there one plan that's going to come back and talk about the map, the lines, and the intensification opportunities across that whole plan? And if so, when and where?
Through the mayor, just a question, you mean with respect to Smart Track or the overall network plan?
It's a network plan. That's what's in front of us, is the network plan.
With respect to the network plan, each area is being addressed from a planning perspective independently, so depending on what the area is. Some areas, as I mentioned earlier, are intensification areas where we expect significant growth. Other areas like the downtown are areas where a significant amount of intensification has already taken place. So it's something that has to be done on an area by area basis, which is the same for the Smart Track station locations.
Why can't we have an overall plan that shows the intensification that we're expecting along the map as the goal that we're looking for, and then the individual area plans that are more detailed, so we know comprehensively what we're getting? And the second part of that is you talk about the commercial potential growth, but it's just a number. I'd really like to see what that growth is spread across that network. So can we get a plan like that that shows us the comprehensive development potential across the city and shows us the residential and the commercial, so we have something that's a plan that backs up the numbers that we have?
Final question.
Through the mayor, we are coming back with that information. It's important to note that in the feeling congested evaluative criteria, when we look at each of the lines that we recommend, one of the criteria is around the development potential and the amount of growth that is going to be happening in that specific area. So if we look at each of the projects that came forward in July in the network plan, there already has been a planning capacity assessment that has taken place before recommending that alignment proceed.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner and Ms. Keith-Matt. I have a couple of questions, and they will not use the necessary time if there's no one else. May I just start with a question to Ms. Keith-Matt, the Chief Planner. Could I just, to make clear, because there were a lot of mentions earlier on about the relief line and the progress we're making on that and so on, could I just clarify whether there's anything more we could be doing through the allocation of the existing resources that have been put forward by Metrolinx or otherwise to accelerate the timing on the relief line? Is there more work we could be doing that we aren't doing for any reason now, or are we sort of moving ahead with that given all the different issues and considerations as fast as we can?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have been advancing the project according to the project assessment process that was approved by City Council back in 2013. Going through setting the stage, identifying the opportunity and the rationale and the approach to the work, identifying a long list of options for the assessment, a short list of options, bringing forward a recommended option to City Council. The next stage, once we bring forward a recommended alignment in Q1 of 2017, is going to be to advance the environmental project report. Each of these various stages, which are outlined in some detail on the website reliefline.ca, each one of them actually has a timeline associated with it. There's a component that involves a public process. We need to notify the public, we need to meet with the public, we need to produce the due diligence and analysis. It's my belief that we are continuing to progress apace with the relief line, that we are on our project schedule. We will in fact be bringing forward in 2018, once we have approval, presumably, from the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change on the environmental project report. In 2018, we will in fact be bringing forward a detailed request for funding to proceed then to the next phase of construction. So the steps that we are undertaking right now are the right steps. They've been done in a transparent way. And it's my belief that we really can't advance this any quicker without shortchanging those legislative requirements that we're now moving into with respect to this kind of large infrastructure project assessment.
Thank you very much. My second and final question is to the city manager. I wonder if you could, and I want to ask this in a kind of a provocative way, but one of the issues, and maybe the one that has become the greatest subject of contention between a number of different groups and people started long before I was here, but is this whole business of the responsibility for the operating costs. And I wonder if you could just take us through what has happened here, because there clearly are divisions of opinion with respect to, what people thought the province was going to do or had agreed to do or whatever. And if you could just take us through how you think we got from wherever we were to wherever we are today. We think we know where we are today, but could you help with that?
So I appreciate the question, and I will admit to having imperfect visibility into every aspect of this. But it's certainly my understanding that in 2012, Metrolinx and the TTC entered into an agreement with a master agreement with respect to the essentially the management of the lines. That agreement spoke to some of the core responsibilities, meaning the care and feeding of the lines, all of those elements. In that, it also spoke of a second agreement that was required, and that second agreement would then refer to the broader commercial arrangements, including things like the setting of fares, subsidies, and a variety of other pieces. The province was clear at that point in time, I believe publicly, and certainly Metrolinx was clear that does not necessarily include stepping into the subsidy or changing that. As I indicated, if it were to do that, that would have been a very dramatic change. That would have been a revisiting of the 98, the post-98 arrangements. That would have been extraordinarily good news for Toronto and other municipalities in a pre-election period. It likely would have been substantially stronger than that. But there might have been an assumption, informed or otherwise, among some people that this meant, the somewhat ambiguous meeting meant that somehow the province was committed to take on those costs. To the extent that was an assumption, it was not based in terms of the legal language, and it's certainly not legally enforceable. We have that. That has been, frankly, the basis of our negotiation, when it's absolutely, to be crystal clear, the basis of city manager's staff advice to council in the July meeting. Obviously, it would have been my preference to have the province absorb operating and maintenance costs as part of that. That is something that was not available to us in a practical sense. This is a package overall.
Just a final note on that. I mean, I can tell you, had I been the mayor and they had ever started to accept responsibility for any transit projects in here, I would have called a ticker tape parade, and I think so would the mayor of Ottawa, the mayor of London, the mayor of Windsor, and other places. But you believe that, and could I just ask you what you took from the one sentence in the budget that I brought here? But it's well, wherever I have it, it has that one little sentence in there that says we want to talk to the municipalities about them paying for this. It doesn't go the opposite way.
So I'm actually going to step a little bit broader. I believe that there is a certain unfairness in the role of the City of Toronto in particular with respect to the very high burden it bears in terms of congestion and the very high expectations that we put very direct funding into the management of congestion. I believe that along with a number of other social houses, costs largely social housing, are much better dealt with through a more progressive tax base than is available to the City of Toronto. So as a matter of philosophy, I believe that strongly. However, this is not just a matter of philosophy or public policy practice. This is a matter of getting a negotiation done. And within the context of the tools and levers we have, this is something that, were we not to make this arrangement right now, we would still, prior to the opening of the LRT, have exactly the same issue, but we would not be able to achieve any of the trade-offs or the broader framework that we have.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager. Now, that would, unless there's anybody else, that would end the question period by both members of council from outside the committee and by, yes, Councillor Parks. I would be inclined not to. We've heard from 20 members of City Council, and I don't know if a second round would mean we go back through 20 members of City Council again. I don't know if there's anybody, who else would be wanting to participate in a second round? What I was going to do before we get to even to that is that we had said Miss Robertson, Joy Robertson, if she arrived, because we were told she was coming, we would hear her for her deputation, and I understand that she is here. And so if that's the case, with your concurrence, I would allow her to speak now. And I would also call Mr. Boutros' name again because I just want, he was announced earlier and wasn't here. I don't think he still is. No. So, Ms. Robertson, did you want to come forward and make your deputation? We're not adding anybody else to this. I apologize for that, but we added people earlier on, and Ms. Robertson, we were told, was coming and had her name on the list. So Please go ahead, Ms. Robertson. Just have to push. There we are. I think that's got it.
Good day, committee members and Mayor. My name is Joy Robertson, and I'm president of Scarborough Residents Unite, which is a resident association for Scarborough Village. And a lot of our residents reside in Cliff Crest, Cliffside, Scarborough Golf Club, and along Kingston Road. A lot of the communities that we represent, for instance, Scarborough Village, are very dense, densely populated, and we rely predominantly on public transit. Now, for Scarborough Village in particular, we have a total of 23 buildings, apartment buildings. Not a lot of job opportunities and jobs in that area. So needless to say, the Eglinton East LRT, we've been looking forward to that line being built in Scarborough. I was happy to hear today that there's a commitment, however, to the Eglinton East LRT. However, we have not been hearing a lot of talk, in-depth conversations regarding the Eglinton East LRT. And I was wondering if I can get a little further information in terms of the expected timeline for the Eglinton East LRT. Now, if you are familiar with the Kingston Road, Eglinton East area, you would realize that also a lot of residents living in Pickering and East utilize Kingston Road quite heavily. If you've ever traveled along Kingston Road, you'll realize that it's very heavily traveled, particularly in rush hour. And it is the only access area to Scarborough from Pickering and the outside areas. So I am wondering what exactly, I do know that there was a commitment from the province on July 21st of $7 million for the Eglinton East LRT, and I'm wondering if we can have some commitment in terms of timeline, because I'm noticing and have been hearing for quite some time now a lot of in-depth conversations. And we're looking at, I was looking at the schedule here at the little on page 15, and we're seeing that it just says TBD. So I'm wondering if maybe the planning committee could respond to a timeline.
Mr. Mayor, the deputy is asking a question. She's maybe not aware that planning staff can't answer a deputy.
Yeah, sorry, ma'am. The thing is, you can make a deputation, you can pose questions, and perhaps in the course of other questioning or speeches, they could get answered, but you actually yourself are not allowed to ask. When I say now, the rules don't permit you asking them a question. So you can pose the question, and we can sort of see if somebody can help get it answered, but you yourself can't ask a question that they answer.
So then I would just like to say that if at some point, maybe they could address that and then we could
All right.
results at a later.
Are you otherwise concluded on your
Yeah.
deputation? Thank you. And Councillor Carroll had a question of you. You could just stay there for 1 minute. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, there has been, right over here, there has been a lot of focus in your community on the Eglinton East LRT. Prior to that, the Transit City Kingston line that would have been. Was the idea of a station on the RER / Smart Track having a Scarborough Golf Club station, was that really known to the community, or is this going to emerge as a new conversation?
Well, as far as I understand, the Smart Track would not really be as effective as the stops for, that the stops the LRT would be providing.
Right, so even if it was, we saw a map early of Scarborough Golf Club Road a little north of Kingston, but even if the station was closer to Kingston Road, if it was Kingston and Scarborough Golf Club Road, you're saying that the community would not really be mollified by that station and some bus routes going there. Your understanding was that you were going to have a length of rail, and that's what you're looking for?
Yes, we were expecting stops along Eglinton East and connecting to Kingston Road and actually going all the way to U of T.
Right, right.
Now,
so that's still a
university
priority
students-
in your,
yeah,
at least in your
exactly. It's
organization?
very much a priority.
Okay,
Our
thank you.
community.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience as well, Ms. Robertson. I'd had the request earlier on from Councillor Perks, and I'm inclined because of the importance of the matter here that we're dealing with and some of the timing considerations to ask for a motion from one of you to perhaps have a second round and maybe make it 3 minutes and ask people to be judicious in their use of that opportunity. But I think it's, in the circumstances, probably the fair thing to do. May I have, Councillor Thompson? All right, and may I ask all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, then we'll do that, and I'll just take a list. We're hearing some mumbling over there from Councillor Shannon. I'm not sure what that. I couldn't hear what the mumbling was, but I just heard there was mumbling. So we have Councillor Perks. Councillor Perks asked, and then I think I saw Councillor Carroll's hand up. Councillor Davis. Councillor McMahon, did you have your hand up for? No. Who else? All right. Well, that's fine. There's 3, and so we will then go first to Councillor Perks.
First of all, Mr. Mayor, thank you to you and the members of the executive. I appreciate the extra few minutes, although from the grimace I just got from Mr. Livy, I'm not sure that staff do. To the CFO, there was a mention of a different kind of debt instrument where the repayment falls based on what our revenue is. That kind of debt instrument, I assume, carries a higher degree of risk for whoever's buying the debt, and therefore would come at a higher interest rate.
Go on. Okay, now it's on. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So all the debt instruments in the discussions that we've had with our syndicate will require a city guarantee. So that considerably de-risks the debt and the interest rate required. On all these debt instruments, we would provide a city guarantee.
I understand. I'm asking to compare, if we just issued a straight debenture to this other instrument, would the marketplace require a higher rate of interest in order to get this new instrument?
So that's one of the things that we want to determine with the debt syndicate. It may require a higher interest rate because while the syndicate provides all the money up front, they get repayments later. So it may require a higher debt.
Thank you very much. And that higher rate isn't factored in the numbers we have here at all.
Sorry, Councillor, you're getting interrupted, and I'll add a little bit of time, but just please keep the hubbub down so the councillor can ask his questions and we can get the answer.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. I wanted to tease out a little bit some of what it would take to get from the service model that we have for the RER to a 5-minute headway for Smart Track. I realize you may not have that work done and you've already been awake all night just getting the amount of work we have here. But is there even a narrative list? Would we need triple tracking in some places, or Union Station, or extra rolling stock, or operating subsidies? I'm just...
Mr. Mayor, I can begin the conversation, then I'll move it to the Chief Planner. You may recall back in maybe March, we had 4 scenarios for an integrated Smart Track RER. In that, there were 2 that were quite expensive and did not have an economic case and financial case that would support moving ahead. That was substantial more infrastructure required and grades that could potentially move it to a 5-minute headway. But we removed, staff recommended, and council, and so did Metrolinx, remove those scenarios from consideration.
Okay, that's my 3 minutes. I had more, but oh well.
Well, I was going to allow you one more, was 2:59, but I mean, are you actually giving up time? I can't believe this. Let the record show. So, we had Councillor Carroll next to ask.
Just very quickly. So we want to incent development, but if we take away the IMIT program, what is going to be the incentive other than transit? How are we going to make sure that that we generate the percentages we're talking about?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a fair question. We believe the investment, significant public investment in transportation, which is very important to the determinant of office location, is in itself $3.7 billion, a very substantial incentive for the market to locate in this area. So we would be replacing one type of incentive, IMIT grants, with infrastructure.
But that's all new. That doesn't include any commercial in the can right now. Any applications already before us. Doesn't include, and on the residential side, doesn't include any applications before us.
So the estimates that we've done is a before and after forecast, and we've tried to isolate as best we could the net new.
And am I right in say that you're looking for 86,000 more units of housing?
No, I think it's 27,000, 26,700.
In a similar
23,000.
forecast of the growth in residential units, it's 60,000 in the TIF zone without Smart Track, and by 86,000 units in the TIF zone. So just in the TIF zone alone, you want to see 86,000 units of housing?
That's correct.
So how many buildings would that
Like
be, give or
21.
take?
Through the mayor, you can't actually summarize it in terms of the numbers of buildings. We, in fact, looked at, the way the analysis was conducted, it looked at gross floor area, but didn't attribute it to a number of buildings. So you could have a very large building with a lower
Sure, you could
amount of
have some
space.
mid-rise and some high.
Yeah, you'll have a whole variety of different building types. The important point to note here is that a percentage of the growth allocated is identified as being growth that would happen in the city regardless of whether Smart Track is built or not built. What's unique is that it's been allocated to these zones on the assumption that we will in fact be able to attract more growth to these zones with the infrastructure in place.
Right, but you're still talking about within those 25 years, if we consider like the average building has about 250 units, some will be lower and some will be higher, we're still talking about 350 buildings in the TIF zone alone. And I realize that's a ham-fisted calculation, but isn't 230, 250 units about the average these days between mid-rise and the 400-unit buildings?
Through the mayor, I wouldn't make that calculation. I'm not sure as to its accuracy because there's a whole variety of different built form types that are appropriate in these zones. In some instances, you could have point towers, but in other instances, you would have a much lower form.
Right.
So I think when you aggregate it in that way, I don't think it's a good way of visualizing what could be achievable.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Even if I gave you Councillor Perks' 1 second of time, you're still done. Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm these numbers then. We are committing in this term sheet to $2.3 billion of capital commitment. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the $2 billion, the biggest part of that is stage gated. So there are off-ramps if we get additional information that no council says, I don't want to do that.
Okay.
But that is correct, subject to the caveats around not risked and a variety of other things.
Right. So it's $95.5 million budgeted for the Georgetown South, $62 million for grade separations, $60 million for the growth capital contributions, and $2 billion for the Smart Track stations. On the operating side, we're committing to pick up what we estimate, at least for 4 stations on LRT, of $215 million.
That is a gross cost?
Yes, a gross.
We still have to do the math to offset with revenues.
But we're committing to pay 100%, and
That's
we
correct.
can mitigate this with fares and subsidy, presumably.
And of course, it's important to note that somebody else has built those LRTs for us. Had we built them themselves, we would have had to pay the operating cost plus the capital.
I understand. I'm trying to be really clear about what we're committing to in this report. So what is not committed to in this report is the costs of debt servicing, correct?
It's committed to, not yet accounted for.
Not accounted for. Right, not accounted for. The additional risk associated with the financing option, is that correct?
If there is a P3, the risk transfer costs, yes, that's not
So
included.
those two costs not yet identified. Thirdly, any additional costs in capital not identified because of any changes? Yes?
That's correct as well.
Fourthly, on the operating side for Smart Track, any improvements in service such as better headways. So we had asked for 6 to 8 minutes and we had asked for TTC fares. Are those included in the costings that are before us?
The fares are left to a future time in terms of the broader fare integration conversation, but the commitment to fund the marginal cost, including the marginal operating cost, is there.
If I may add, Mr. Mayor,
Cost of service at 6 to 8 minutes is included?
No, it's not included. The commitment to put that, the commitment is included, not the cost.
Okay, so we still haven't accounted for
That's correct.
how much it will cost to get the 6 to 8 minute service, and we have not met the TTC fare. And those were the parameters that I believe were given from council for negotiating. Is that not correct, or is that correct?
The TTC fare will be part of a broader fare integration piece, and there is a core reality here, and I say respectfully, transit does cost money, and we are identifying the full cost to the extent we can. Obviously, there are limits to what we can identify in terms of the state of planning of RER, location of the stations, the precise mechanics of getting between 6 and 8 minute headway.
But it would be fair to say there's still
That's,
some significant costs not included in these costs.
That is your final question.
If I just may add, Mr. Mayor, in July, Council did adopt the service level as within an integrated Smart Track RER concept, which is what we're moving for, that 6 to 8 on Stouffville at peak. That is the service level that is agreed to within this agreement.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Davis, and thank you, members of staff. And that would bring us now to Speaker. I'm sorry, was there a question, or are we ready to?
A very quick question. I just want to clarify the numbers of units. You said 86,000 units would have to be built on the region. Was that correct?
Through the mayor, to be clear, in the context of the forecasting that was undertaken to underpin the financing, there was an estimate that was created that is essentially the mid-growth scenario that has 86,416 units, new
From
units.
60,000. So we
Yep.
would have 60,000, so it would increase to 86,000 over 25 years. So that's basically 1,000 units a year. So that's, if we take Councillor Carroll's scenarios, 4 buildings a year.
That's actually a reasonable way to estimate it, yes.
Okay, that's all.
Thanks, Councillor Barlow. So I think that brings us to speeches, and I have Councillor Davis. She's going to be put right back to work speaking. And just so you know, I do not believe we have to go into camera because I think the one inquiry about that has been satisfied, unless there was someone else who wanted to do that. So I think we're fine to go ahead with the speeches, and we'll start with members of council who are visiting us today, and Councillor Davis is first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do obviously want to start first by thanking staff. I know that they were negotiating within a very constrained time frame. I don't think it was a time frame that was realistic or fair to either them or to council and to the people of Toronto. To be asked in 24 hours to come down and share a view about a very comprehensive report is not anything that I have seen in this place before. What is also a surprise to me today is that all of the outstanding transit costs associated with GO are now on the table for us to pay. I know that we, in 2015, said, hold on, we don't agree with paying this amount. And I certainly didn't think that was going to be part of the entire settlement around Smart Track. So we're being asked to pay another $300 million, plus the capital costs, which I know we were well aware of for Smart Track. We're also being asked to cover 100% of the operating costs, and I know that has been a subject of much discussion here. I was here, and I fully expected that we were going to have discussions about the operating costs of the LRT. But I did not expect, frankly, that we were going to be paying 100%. I really didn't. And it was going to be negotiated. And we have, as a City of Toronto, said for the entire time I have been here, as part of financing the City of Toronto transit system, that we need more operating subsidy from the province of Ontario. They used to pay 50% of the operating costs, and we asked for that in the new deal with the city in the last 2 terms previous. And until we resolve the operating costs of the TTC, we will never be able to build a sustainable budget in the City of Toronto. And what have we done with this commitment? We've committed to take on the network, the expanded network of the TTC, and pay 100% of the operating costs. We cannot, at this point, sustain the existing network of transit. Our fare-paying residents are paying the greatest share of the operating costs of the transit system anywhere. And now we're going to ask them to pay more. On LRT lines that we'll have to build over time, a ridership, on a Smart Track proposal that assumes a certain amount of development, and we still don't know those numbers. And on top of that, we are asking Council and the City of Toronto residents to pay, not just in their regular property taxes, but to take a leap of faith on a funding mechanism that's never been used before, I don't believe, by a municipality in Canada to subsidize transit. So we're expecting to take the development charges within a whole area and take 50% of the increment financing and fund the capital costs. And that is a pretty shaky, high-risk strategy to finance, and we're committing to do that if we adopt this report. I do agree that Smart Track provides a relief component, but it is not going to be at a TTC fare. I can guarantee it is not going to be at a TTC fare, and it will not be at 6 minutes, because we will not be able to afford that. We're going to have to pay. If we want better than 15 minutes on Smart Track, we will have to pay. We won't get 6 to 8 minutes. I can't even imagine, and I haven't been able to get any estimate of what the cost will be, and that is not accounted for today. It is not accounted for. So what are we going to get? We're going to pay for 6 new stations and some other additional costs associated with the operations that we don't know about. And we're going to get fares set by an integrated fare process that we have very little influence over. And finally, I would say to the staff, we have asked over and over again for a governance model, changes to the governance model, because GO has on it 100% provincial appointees, and the accountability around GO and the City of Toronto and TTC are now going to be mixed in a way that is very worrisome, with no voice at that GO board. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I have more questions, and I hope that I can get more answers.
Thanks, Councillor Davis. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. The city manager prefaced some of his remarks with the comment that there is a log jam in transit. And I don't actually buy into that premise. My residents certainly don't buy into it that I represent, because they drive through crosstown construction every day. There is a giant construction barrier between them and the downtown core called the Eglinton Crosstown. And so they know it's well on its way. The issue that I find with this deal, and it's not to throw darts at either government in terms of what is before us today, but to my mind, these are really just the terms of reference of what needs to happen for really big dreams. But what I am frustrated by is that for both governments, really, we're not setting this up in the way that plans this big are executed in the rest of the world. A separate transit development agency that creates a firewall between this city, a firewall between the other, the funding pressures of the province. We know their legend just as ours are. And so both are quite vulnerable once we get underway with this plan if we haven't really set it up as an arm's length transit development agency, a build transit TO, if you will, that takes all of these mechanisms that have been described and keeps them from sucking into the vortex of execution all of the funds we need to run the city, all of the funds we need to run the base and existing system, and all of the conversations we're going to have about sustainability in those areas. We have housing and transit pressures existing today, and I worry that as we go forward to communicate with residents, because we haven't made a distinct structure for this project, it's going to be very hard. We're about to talk to folks about a new revenue model for the city. That's coming to us in a month's time, but it's a revenue model for this city, not for what's before us today. And it's going to be very hard for them to keep it separate in their minds and understand. We have heard again and again and again, all the way to from the CBC to AM Talk Radio, we're starting to hear it in the local commentary. You only get what you pay for. We're ready to pay for the things we want in the city we want to live in. But they want to transparently know where each tool is going. They like the idea of strings attached and being able to follow the thread of the dollars I pulled out of my pocket and where it landed on the ground. And I think the thing missing from this deal is if you're not going to set up some distinct entrepreneurial model, the mayor knows about this, I've sent him some of the types of papers on it, Transit Development Agency, this project will devour those things we know we need to run the city in the meantime while we're developing this. Development does generate revenue, but at the same time, it generates a hell of a lot of burden for the city, functioning while it's being built, getting around it, taking it through political process and planning process. All of those things will be happening here under this roof. How will we make sure that that can happen and progress in the city in a healthy way, while all the while, somewhere else, this massive transit network is underway? That's the piece that's still missing for me, and I don't think either government is at fault for that. Neither government has yet shown that they excel at this. Metrolinx is churning out the crosstown without realizing any of the value above those stations either. We've got to, I think, press for that and get that underway, and then we can really contemplate this big move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to begin by making it clear that I have always supported improved service on those GO lines. In fact, I can go and find you evidence of me advocating for it as early as 1990. The issue here, though, is what are we getting for the extra costs we are paying to have these 6 stations added to that program? And on top of the billions of dollars identified in this report, today we learned that there are at least 4 other costs that are as yet unidentified. First, there's the risk management and financing costs, which the city manager identified as being potentially 30%. Secondly, as we've heard, there is nothing in what we've agreed to here that will cover either the additional operating or capital costs of getting these new GO trains to stop at the new 6 stations. That's not costed in this. We also heard from Mr. Rodo that the TTC will have to somehow generate room to pick up some portion of the additional operating costs of the Eglinton Light Rail line. Finally, the Chief Financial Officer has told us that there is likely an extra cost to us to get someone to provide us with the debt financing in a way where the repayments are back-end loaded. None of those 4 costs are identified in this report. None of them. They're all signaled as potential costs, and I want to thank the staff for being upfront and frank with us about that. But we're about to commit ourselves to a few tens of millions of dollars, not knowing the answers to those 4 very important questions. The second thing that I think is worth talking about, we had several deputants today come and talk to us, plead with us really, that we need to signal that the Downtown Relief Line and the Eglinton East LRT are real projects. Now, the mayor did ask the staff questions, could we be doing anything to make them go any faster? And staff said no. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the work that the TTC, the planning department, and the city manager's office are doing to make all of this happen as fast as possible. But what's missing, and this is what's heartbreaking and why people, particularly in the east end of the city, feel that this is not a report for them, is we didn't come away with a funding deal for the Downtown Relief Line or the Eglinton East LRT. It's all very well and good to say we're pushing as fast as we can, but what you fund is what you do. I think that was the title of a presentation by a member of the Toronto Public Service quite recently. And what we have agreed to fund is what we will do. And what we have agreed to fund here is not the Downtown Relief Line or the Eglinton East LRT. That's of great concern to me, and I imagine of great concern to the public. The final thing that I wanted to address was one of the recommendations in here that I find deeply worrying. There's been talk about whether we're committing to a property tax increase in this. No, obviously we're not. What staff have done is given us a notional number so we can understand the scale of money we're talking about. What the recommendation will actually be voting on says to look at ways of funding this, including new revenue tools or asset sales. So it is entirely possible, well, no, before I get there, I want to first talk about the revenue tools option. Let's recall when the city manager initially said we needed to really be pushing on the new revenue tools, what he recommended to us in both his initial report and his narrative around the report was that we needed those revenue tools to solve our general capital backlog. Things like Toronto community housing, things like our deficit in facilities and parks, things like our urgent need to buy rolling stock and other TTC-related costs. Today, we heard both that, well, the money we originally thought was solely for that purpose is also going to be necessary to help us bridge the operating problems we're going to face in 17 and 18, and it's going to have to be available to help us make Smart Track happen. So money that was once going to do one thing is now going to do 3 things. In other words, much of what it was originally intended to do, like Toronto community housing, for example, will be falling down the priority list. This, to me, is dangerous and heartbreaking. Finally, though, I want to put council on notice that we absolutely cannot sell Toronto Hydro to get Smart Track built.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Now, that's all the members I had, members of council from not on the committee that wanted to speak. I don't think there's anybody else in the room, so that would take care of that. Now we have just the beginnings of a speakers list from the members of the committee, starting with Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the following recommendation: that City Council direct the City Manager to work with Metrolinx to ensure that the planning, design and delivery of the St. Clair West Smart Track Station and other regional express rail corridor improvements and the St. Clair West Transportation Master Plan be coordinated, including reconstruction and widening of St. Clair West Bridge to facilitate improved regional express rail and CP operations and improve road and surface transit connections to achieve cohesive and improve multimodal transportation integration in the area. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to start by thanking city staff for the tremendous amount of work that they have done on this file, and also for assisting me on this recommendation. And I am very pleased that finally the City Council will be taking concrete steps to embrace a comprehensive local and regional transportation plan that will eventually serve multiple travel choices to transit users. It's a good news overall, the way I see it, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee. It's good news because after years of indecision, underinvestment, hesitation, delays, it seems like everything finally is falling into place where others of government are being part of the solution, and they are doing it in a meaningful way. And that's extremely important because they're coming forward with the funding. In essence, what these recommendations overall that's before us are doing is to advance the planning and the technical analysis of the smart track that's been actually was considered back a few months back. And also it defines the proposed enhancements that we're talking about in terms of the stations and whatever else. And in terms of the transit service integration that my motion speaks to, I think that's the kind of integration that it needs to be done in terms of working together and to ensure that city staff or anyone who is working on these projects are working together so there is no overlapping of efforts and we end up getting the same results. One thing, Mr. Mayor, that is very important for all of us is also that as we move forward, that we do it in a very decisive way. And all these delays and these endless debates that are taking place, it's a waste of time. And on that, Mr. Mayor, my hat's off to you for the good work, for your leadership on this file. It's been a difficult thing to do, but you've been able to bring all the stakeholders together, including the TTC, Metrolinx, the other levels of government. So it hasn't been an easy thing to do, but here we are, making significant investments and in an area that's been totally left behind for many, many, many years. I think that our residents overall, what they want is they want us to deliver more transit for more people while ensuring that we make use and the best use of public funds. I think that's very important to get value for taxpayers' money. So from that perspective, this will bring more growth and a better quality of life to everyone. And for that reason, I do support and these recommendations wholeheartedly, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. I have next Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yesterday I had some dental work. You mentioned earlier that I sound a little grumpy today. It was the first time on Halloween where the kids were scared when they came to my door when they saw my face. Usually they scare me. But there's nothing worse than a joke killer. Look, Torontonians have a choice. They can continue with the gridlock, with the subways at capacity, with the growing risks to pedestrians, with the growing risks to cyclists, the lawlessness on our streets with people going through stop signs, through red lights, the speeding. This has got to stop. This is no way to run a city. And unfortunately, transit is expensive. It is extremely expensive. And one of the reasons it's so expensive is we have waited too long to get a handle on it. And the reality is that, for instance, the Finch Station opened 42 years ago. So in 42 years, we've been waiting for the TTC or the province or whoever, I'm not going to point fingers, to go from Finch to Steeles, to move all of that mess, all of that terminal station mess up there in Vaughan, and then you could naturally build up to Highway 7. In 42 years, it hasn't been done. And of course, if you add up the expansion that we've had, it's about 6 stations in the last 25 years. We've fallen behind almost every major urban city, major city, mid-range city in Europe and in North America. So transit is expensive, and people have to make a choice. Are they willing to pay for it, or continue to suffer in the way that we're doing? So I think the bottom line is, staff have done a remarkable job. I realize that there are some unknowns and deficiencies within the report, but I also understand municipal, provincial negotiations. And for those councillors who feel they could have done a better job, I can write you a letter of introduction to some of these senior bureaucrats at Queen's Park and the ministers, and good luck to get a better deal. So it's expensive. It's going to come with sacrifice, but it is absolutely vital, because we can't let the transit crisis in this city go any further. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that when we got downloaded a lot of services from the province, there's clearly 2 services that are at the forefront of the work that we're doing here. One is housing and one is transit. And very often I've heard in council chambers people telling us that stop asking the province and the feds for money. They're not going to give you the money. Just increase taxes, pay this capital backlog, and deal with it, even though that we have been investing every penny that we should have invested up to now with what it is in the capital plan. So now we have a transit plan in front of us that, if you ask, I am sure any member of council, if they would like 50% of the operating costs, we would all say yes. Of course we would say yes. But the reality of what it is in front of us is that we have investment on the capital side of billions of dollars that hasn't been done for decades. So what we have in front of us is a lot of time. We've been asked to grow up, to pony up, to understand what's going on and come to the table with something. And I think that's what we're doing here. I think that what we're doing here is saying to the province, we're ready to partner. You know, a lot of times we see teenagers and we say, oh, she's 15 going on 30. Well, I think that our city, through the next few months, will really show if we are the 15 going on 30 or an extremely good-looking 30 going on 15. Because I think that we have done a lot of mature conversations. The key will be the revenue tools conversations. I think that we all know that it's going to cost money. We all know that, and Councillor Perks did, point out a point that we're now talking about revenue tools to do different things. And it needs to do different things, and that's why we need to talk about different revenue tools and have this kind of conversation. But the transit conversation, the housing conversation, the conversation that this is a major city that we need to start having skin in the game needs to be had. I think we're having it right here in front of us. I think the revenue tools will be the ultimate proof, but I think that's the step that we're doing. And let me tell you, as somebody that represents a community that sees these lines going through our communities, it is discouraging when we had literally protests through our communities asking for these lines to be electrified, asking for these lines to be used for the local use, because we have this infrastructures going through our community, seeing the trains going by and having the communities not being able to get on them. People don't care if it's the city or the province that is paying. At the end of the day, it's they pay the property tax, they pay the income tax. So we need to get our act together, get on with building this, and make sure that we have this conversation with people. These things don't come for free, absolutely not. We need to be efficient and effective,
but we need to get the transit built and do it in the more effective way. And when you have these train lines going through your communities, if you can make use of them for the local neighborhoods as well, I think it's worth taking a close look at it. It's worth looking at and implementing this system, and is worth making sure that we're doing everything we can to bring the transit to these neighborhoods as well.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to take a moment to thank staff, as others have, for their tireless efforts in building a better city in general, but especially on the transit file. And I'd also like to take the time to apologize to staff for the way some of you have been treated recently by us, especially in the media. That was uncalled for, unprofessional, unwarranted, and disrespectful, and I'm apologizing on our behalf. What thrills me most about this report, it is the most action I have seen on transit since I got elected in 2010. And that's what people want to see from outside. They want to see action. You've heard it from staff. Historically, we've shouldering more of the load financially in our cost-sharing arrangements. We've been shouldering the load 29% more historically than we have now in this report. And yes, we need to continue the financial discussion as to where we're getting the rest of our funding, which I'm happy to do, and I hope we all are next executive committee when we discuss the revenue tools. And we need to be prepared for some hard decisions with that. But outside of City Hall, what people want to see is action. They want to see movement. They want to see movement on transit. They want to see us working together here. They want to see us working together with all levels of government. They just want to see movement, and you have it with this report.
I didn't know if you were finished, but you are. It was very nice. Thank you very much. That was amazing. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Councillor Shiner.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. When I look at the report that's in front of us, the cost to the taxpayers in the province of Ontario and to the City of Toronto is huge. I don't know a bigger project that I've ever really seen than this one that's out there to build these lines and these improvements. It's much needed, and I ask questions because when I hear the word revenue tools, it means new taxes and new fees. And then I asked the question about development charges, and I got a roundabout answer about that's about all we can get because the mayor and other mayors and chairs across the province have been asking for more. But I think, Mayor Tory, we really have to get more. What development charges are based on, as I understand it in English, is the fact that you can continue to charge new development to maintain the service levels that you have. That's quite embarrassing because the service levels that we have gotten worse and worse and are in no means acceptable to anyone that lives in the Greater Toronto Area. They're wrong. And the development charges themselves should be greater. So as you develop, and it's meant to be not just the developer, but the development itself is paying for the needs of servicing itself. That's what development charge is about. You're going to build new units. You need more public transit. You have to build it. You need roads. You need sewers. You have to build it. The fact that the province doesn't allow the development charges to reflect the increased service level that we have to put back in is wrong. So as hard as you've been championing and working for this project, you have to continue, in my opinion, Mayor Tory, to work with the rest of the chairs and the mayors to allow the development charges to accurately reflect the change in service level that's needed to make Toronto and the Greater Toronto Area back into the place that people like to live. Because in the last 10 years, we lost rush hour. Rush hour starts at 6:30 or 7 in the morning and doesn't end until 7 o'clock at night. The roadways are jammed the entire day. Look online now at the apps. You can't miss the red lines on the major highways and roadways throughout the city. So there has to be the change. And the skin in the game has to come as well from the industry, because you can't expect the taxpayer at home who's trying to live in their house to continue to face all these new fees. It's really not right. We want to see a city that lives better. I appreciate in the report something that we may not have noticed or was skimmed over, the fact that there's a contingency of 50%. That means that we're estimating the costs that are there with a substantial bump up, because we are so low now at actually determining what they are. Well, from my perspective, I don't expect that these costs should go anymore, because what happened on Union Station, what happened on the York subway station, what happened on the square out here, Nathan Phillips Square, should not happen to this project. And I believe that what we have in place is a system that I'm told will help us determine what those costs are really going to be, because from my perspective, if the province is building and letting the contracts out, it should be the opposite. That's what you're asking for from us. That's our amount. No more, because we're not the ones making the estimates in all those lines. And as far as the operating costs go, I also noticed in the report that the maintenance costs for the Eglinton line are still confidential to us, because they were negotiated between Metrolinx and the supplier of the line. Well, how in heaven's name can you not make that information available to the City of Toronto, who you want to pay for it? So there's a long way to go to get this really as a project that's moving forward. And I also want to see, which I've spoken to our Deputy City Manager about, I want to see the plan that really shows me what we have on page 21, the development forecast. I want to see where that's going to fit along all these lines, because I think we should see it in a map and be able to see where the growth is. I think there should be a report on that comes up through planning and growth, and then work on the individual studies, as we did on Shepherd Avenue, where there was an official plan that actually showed the amount of density, the growth, the areas that development will take place, and the areas that it won't. So I am very supportive of this, and the fact that Mayor Tory is actually moving a transit plan forward in the City of Toronto, working together with the provincial government and the federal government, something that is long overdue and that residents right across Toronto and the Greater Toronto Area really want to see. And it's going to cost money, and it's going to cost big money, and it has to be shared, but we have to get it going, and going now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shanner. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I just have a motion I'm just going to put up on the screen. So City Council requests Metrolinx to assess the requirement for grade separation at Danforth Road as part of the infrastructure required by the province to implement regional express rail in the City of Toronto, and recognizing the increased frequency of train service under the regional express rail program that will occur, and provide a response to the City of Toronto. And secondly, the City Council direct the City Manager to eliminate from consideration any permanent road closures to address grade separations that would involve Danforth Road and existing city streets or roadways, part of the transit plan update and financial strategy. So thanks so much. And I want to thank staff for the report. And as identified, there's 21 level crossings in Toronto, and Danforth Road is recognized as one of them. So this just eliminates that, and I hope to get your support on this as well. Thanks. And also, I just want to thank Mayor Tory for your leadership on this, and for all levels of government. And I'm just not going to repeat what we've all said here today, but support what everybody said.
Thank you, Councillor Holland. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I too have a motion similar to Councillor Holland's. The questions I asked around the crossing at Progress, I think it's absolutely necessary. We see that, and I understand. I want to thank the Deputy City Manager Livy for his explanation and so on. I realize he isn't the problem. He's a solution, actually. Metrolinx obviously has their criteria, and I get that. It was helpful with respect to his explanation. Nonetheless, I do think that when we're talking about perhaps 8 to 10 or 12,000 vehicles traveling in an area, employment area, access to the highway, 40,000 vehicles or 38,000 vehicles on Kennedy Road, creates a backlog in the number of trains that will be passing through on a daily basis. In fact, over time, will create a major problem. Additionally, we have one of our largest employer in Scarborough, Atlantic Packaging, with 2 paper mills in the area. Every 4 minutes, there's a transport trailer truck traveling in that area, I think, and as well as people walking in the area. I think we need to reassess the situation. Mr. Mayor, It's been said by many that there's been a lot of talk. And what we're actually seeing now is less talk and more action, and that's what people want. And you have ran on a platform of providing transit, smart track, and combination of moving people, focusing on that being important for the economy of the city, that being important for people to be able to get around, that being important for a livable city. Transportation transit is extremely important to us. We have products on order that's coming that's going to help to alleviate the issue around congestion in the city. And I'm looking forward to those products being delivered to us as soon as possible. And so it's timely. I think also there is a different temperature now in terms of our relationship with the province. And I think you ought to take credit for that because you have brought that level approach in terms of dealing with the province, and more communications has taken place, more collegial approach in terms of looking at common interest, common purpose. Recognizing that there's also a demand by our citizens for better transit, you know, to be able to get around and alignment, and why have we not built transit for a long period of time? And those questions have been asked, and now we have come forward with an integrated plan. Of course, there's more to be done. I realize that not all the answers were here. The LRT for Kingston Road, people have come and said, well, what about that? What's going on there? And of course, there's a process. I was the councillor from Scarborough who moved the motion to bring the DRL through Metrolinx to an earlier period as opposed to their 25-year plan. And I recall that there are people now who are very supportive of it who actually voted against that motion back in the day of the then Mayor, David Miller. I'm happy to see us moving forward, but as you pointed out, there's a work plan, there's a process, an EA process is going through. We can't actually say we're going to design and build until that whole process has taken place. So that clarification has been extremely helpful. So I'm very pleased with what we have here. I wish we had more resources. I too recognize the need in terms of our dealing with the tools, the monies, the taxes. Where's that going to come from? The revenue tools is a concept that we use, but it's tax that's going to be utilized. Councillor Shanner talks about development charges and so on. Those are elements that we're going to have to look at. The monies are not going to come simply from residential properties. We know the dire strait that many residents are actually in. I'll give you an example, Mr. Mayor. I was in a grocery store 2 Fridays ago. Someone asked me to buy a pound of liver for them and a can of beans. They actually live in a house and they couldn't afford it. I mean, that's how stark it is for some people. And so it's really important in terms of that understanding, in terms of where people are coming from. I wouldn't have thought, quite frankly, that would have been the case, but I did query the woman who I helped in the grocery store, and she told me about her situation. She has actually lost her job. She hasn't lost her house yet, but the potential is there for her to do that. So if we add value, we want to add taxes to individuals like that, we're actually just increasing the burden. So that recognition is there that in a city of Toronto's magnitude of wealth, that there are people who are having a hard time. And so if we ask them to share this burden and responsibility, it's going to magnify the negative impact to them and so on. So we have to look across the board in terms of how we address these issues, because we want to help them at the same time. We don't want to be a burden on them. So I hope that members of the committee can support my motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to begin, first of all, with thanking the city manager and his entire team for the work that they did in getting this report. And it's not just the report, but I think it's the negotiations that went behind this. Anybody who's been involved in negotiations, and even with, as the city manager said to me earlier today, a 300-pound Goliath, you know the challenges facing that. But anyway, it takes an incredible amount of work to have that kind of negotiation, and from my perspective, they got the best deal that we can get moving forward. There's give and take in everything that we do, and we saw some of the give and take here, and some of the items that are questionable, I guess, in my mind, but I think we got the best deal possible. We are getting a $7 billion investment in transit in the City of Toronto moving forward with this report. 6 new smart track stations and 2 others 13 stations in the Eglinton West LRT, and all 3 levels of the city are partnering. Out of that $7 billion investment, we're going to have to pay approximately $2 billion. That's our cut. And yeah, we do have to pay for that. And even with that statement, I understand the weight of it, the immense weight of that in my role as the budget chair, but I firmly believe that we need to figure this out because transit is an incredibly important priority moving forward. We're going to be having this is a serious discussion we're having right now, and we're going to be having at City Council in a couple of weeks. The bigger, serious conversation is going to be happening as we get into the long-term strategy and the 2017 budget process. That's going to be a process where we're going to have to make some incredibly hard decisions, some hard choices. It's going to have to be in a combination of expenditure reduction. We're working on that right now through the 2017 budget process. But there's going to have to be some choices. As I said, a combination of expenditure reduction or revenue or increase in tools or taxes. That's the choice we're going to be having in front of us. It's going to have to be an adult conversation. It's going to have to be a difficult conversation, but it's something we're going to have. If we want to move forward with the kind of priorities that this transit plan in front of us brings us, those decisions are going to have to be made. And as we get into the long-term strategy that the city manager is going to be bringing forward to us in conjunction with the budget, we're going to start seeing some opportunities, but some difficult decisions that we're going to have to make. So absolutely support this. It's going to be, and as I think as the CFO said when I was looking at that iceberg pick of all of our priorities we had. This is actually going to take away from that. We're still adding on to that, but I think there's an opportunity here to really start chipping away at some of that backlog, and we will figure out how to pay for it, and it will be moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. Who do I have left to speak besides myself? Anybody else? Okay. Well, may I just begin by saying, as well as has been said by others, thank you to the staff. I don't think I probably have the best window into the length and the extent of these negotiations that went on. And I just want to thank them, and I'll come back to them in a moment just in terms of their effort and their integrity. But something was said earlier on by, I think it was one of the deputants or one of the speakers that just said, we're trying to, I think it was maybe Councillor Shiner that said it a moment or two ago, we're moving a transit plan forward in partnership with the other governments. And that is certainly one of the main things that I thought I was sent here to do. And it starts with working well with the other governments. And that doesn't mean you concede to their points. It just means you sit down and in a business-like way, you negotiate. And let's be frank, a lot of the issues that are being dealt with in this term sheet, whether we think the outcome was exactly as we would have had it or not, and the result of any negotiation usually is you didn't get everything you wanted, these are some issues that have been around for years, in some cases decades. I remember going up with Mel Lastman to see Mike Harris, and I was kind of there. I'm not sure whether I was the referee or exactly what I was, but I sort of knew them both. And I would go to these meetings, and I remember we came away twice with loans for $100 million rather. And this was deemed to be a great victory. And when you think back on it now, and I think in fact one of those loans, they said we actually had to pay it back when I first came here. So it just shows you no good deed goes unpunished. That I showed up here and they said, well, there's this loan you have to repay now that have been around all those years. But if you sort of think about it, what kind of an answer was that? I mean, in terms of actually addressing the need the city had at that time, back in 2000 and whenever it was, to get its finances in order. So I think what we've done here is we've actually now started to deal with some of those issues, whether it's the grade separations or the operating costs. And this is where I wanted to come back and make reference to the staff again. I think people should think very carefully about this when this gets written up on the operating cost side, and think about what the city manager said. If the provincial government at some point in the recent past, especially just before one of their elections, had decided that they were going to embark on a new policy that said they were going to start to pick up the operating costs of transit systems, first of all, would they have done it just in Toronto? I don't think so. If they were going to do it at all in all of the cities or any city, would they have made a huge deal out of this and sort of said, my God, we're coming back after all these years? Councillor Perks made reference to it. After all these years post-1998, we're coming back into the business of supporting operating costs for transit. But I don't know. There's been this discussion that's gone on long before I was here about whether they were responsible or not responsible, whether they agreed or hadn't agreed, and our own city manager and our solicitors say it was unclear. So now we have forged a deal that says we're going to pick up those operating costs, and that's clear going forward. They said that was pretty clear in their budget last spring. But in return for that, as Councillor Crawford, I think it was, just said, we are getting billions of dollars invested in transit from that government and from the other government in Ottawa. And I don't want to leave them out of this. Just this afternoon, they announced that they're going to be investing $25.3 billion over the next 11 years in transit. And if you work that out, we're going to be getting quite a lot of money. Now, there's a lot of things to be paid for out of that money because we have a lot of projects that have been accumulating for years with no thought as to how we might pay for them. And I'm trying, working with these other governments and the good relationship we have with them, to change that. And we're going to have a realistic, open and frank and honest discussion about revenue enhancements in a very short period of time. And it's something that I'm looking forward to as well. But I just want to say that I, throughout, have never questioned in fact, I have problems with anybody who suggests any lack of integrity on the part of our staff just because they took a position about what went on at some point in time or another. These kinds of things can be subject to interpretation. I get that. Documents can be unclear as hard as the lawyers work. Sometimes, as we all know, people draft up documents and make them deliberately unclear because nobody really wants to deal with it at that time. And so now we have dealt with it, and this represents a huge step forward in terms of an agreed-upon template that we can use going forward, which I think will be collaborative in nature. I think it will be clearer for the future as to who is going to do what. These are things that have been bedeviling the city and the province for a long time. And the bottom line, I think, is best to set out in the chart that's on page 15 of this report, where it says that the bottom line, when you take everything into account, is that we're going to be paying 15%. When you add in operating costs and capital costs all together, we're going to be paying 15%. First of all, that seems to be lower based on the table just above than we've paid historically, but forget about that. Let's just ask ourselves the question, does asking the City of Toronto residents to pay 15% of the combined capital and operating costs seem like a fair number? Would I rather 10? Sure. But 15, does it just sound like a number that maybe is fair given our limited ability, somewhat limited ability to raise money? I believe it does. But the most important thing about this is that this allows us to get on with doing what I think we were all sent to do here, not just me. We were sent here. Some people have been here for years and years, and we have not, notwithstanding the comments earlier on, we have not. Councillor Carroll said we are not in a logjam on transit. We are, or we have been. And now we're breaking that, and we're going to get on with doing a big, extensive plan and put it into action and put it into service. So I thank you for your indulgence of a few seconds, and I think unless there's anybody else who wants to speak, we're ready to move to deal with the motions and deal with the question.
Just take them as a package, or are they anything?
We could, because I didn't, with motions 1, 2, and 3, pardon me? Yeah, we can take them as a package then. Motions 1, 2, and 3. Do you need to have them flashed up here? Motion 1 is Councillor Palacio on St. Clair West Smart Track. Motion 2, Councillor Holland on matters related to Danforth. And motion 3 from Councillor Thompson about the grade separations at Progress Avenue. May I ask for, we all are moved, and I'll ask, then call the question. We want a recorded vote on this package?
On the motion?
Right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. On the motion is fine. The motions, we don't need a...
We don't need a recorded vote? Councillor Palacio wants one. So let's, do you have to have 3 then, or just 1? Well, can we deal with them all together, and that will then have a vote on yours, and I don't think it's going to be any different.
On the amendments by Councillors Palacio, Holland, and Thompson, all those in favour, Councillor Bilow, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robertson, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson, how do you vote? And Councillor Thompson. And Councillor Thompson. The amendments carry unanimously.
Matter as amended, the item as amended, recorded vote.
On the item as amended, all those in favour, Councillor Bilow, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Thompson. Item as amended carries unanimously.
Unless there's any other business, I entertain a motion. No, there is no other business. All those in favor of terminating, opposed, carried. Thank you. The meeting's.